myself, no matter how good or bad I run, I'm gonna submit this video. And I just so happen to have a really good session, so.
There we go.
Should I record it or do a 1.5 speed or just regular?
Whatever you like.
I don't know. It doesn't matter. We can try this. It seems like it was really fast, but.
Oh, right. This is ignition speed. Well, we'll pause when we see interesting stuff.
Yeah.
And apologies if I ask questions about what the action exactly is. I'm watching on a cracked phone screen, so.
Oh, geez. All right.
My ability to decipher things might not be as good as it could be.
let's try regular speed. If it's too slow, just let me know. I'll just switch it over.
Sure. Flatting deuces, like it.
Yeah. There were some interesting spots. The small bet, I don't know. I just fold, I guess. Probably not
I do like the fold. Yeah. Any hearts is better to defend than deuces.
Yeah, definitely.
Any board pair is better. Any heart is better. I'd rather defend. Yeah, that's pretty much it. But
yeah, I actually had some interesting spots. I remember some very questionable plays that I made that I would like some input on.
Those are the best ones.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying this was actually pretty interesting. Some good spots here.
What size did he open to there with ace-6?
2.6.
When we had ace-6 suited? 2.6. Yeah, it's close. If it folds around to us, we could likely flat.
So with ace-6 and ace-2 suited, I just fold. All the other aces, I generally roll for 3-bet or flat.
They're the closest ones for sure. Worst non-wheel or worst wheel ace and worst non-wheel ace, but yeah.
Yeah, I just elect to fold those two, just because.
No, it's gonna be close in the rake structure regardless, and yeah. What happened with ace jack here?
So I opened, and see, this is the thing with this pool, is that when I actually lose, I'm like breaking even from early position, because what happens is when I open, I get flats.
A lot of in-position flats, yeah.
Yeah, and it's very difficult playing against these flats. I'm not sure. I haven't really figured out a way to adjust to that yet. But I happen to get a good flop here. I can't imagine betting big here would be very good. It's clearly there's two fish, but I'm trying to get value at this point. So
I'd like to check.
Really?
Even if it's two weaker players, they can both easily have 4s, 7s, potentially jacks. They're both in position on you. You're out of position to both players, which is bad to begin with. Like, in theory, if we opened under the gun button flats, we get jack 7-4 rainbow. I believe it would be a range check versus a theoretically optimal flatting range.
So yeah, I'd definitely be checking if it was a full stack button. But the thing with these fish is they're calling with the most ridiculous hands. This guy could have
wider pre, exactly. Yeah.
This guy, he could have 6-3 offsuit. You know what I mean? These guys have like I just completely disrespect the shorter stacks here because they're so bad.
If they have a lot of that type of garbage, though, it's going to be likely higher EV to check and let them stab than it is to just bet big and have them fold.
They do stab. I think it's usually 50-50 with these guys. A lot of the time they will do it, but there's also a lot of the time they won't do it. I figured just start trying to get some money in against, lower pairs or gut shots or, whatever these guys.
That's fine as well, yeah. I think my logic would just be it's a range checking theory and I don't have enough to deviate off of that, or enough reason to deviate off of that. but I can see the logic for the big bet, so I can get behind it.
Yeah, I mean, if this guy was a full stack, I'd be checking this hand 100% of the time. But I played pretty close to 50,000 hands in this pool, I want to say, and I'm really starting to get a feel for the pool tendencies. So some of the things you might see, you may or may not agree with. But I feel like at this point I'm starting to get a pretty decent feel for the tendencies and everything. So I check this turn, he checks. So what are you thinking?
Think checking turn's fine. Think we could still barrel turn. What size did we go on the flop?
I went third pot.
We went a third pot on the flop. Okay, never mind. Then barreling turn's less attractive because he might be able to float some queen 10, king queen, backdoor flush draw, ace queen, backdoor flush draw hands. So barreling turn becomes less attractive.
I think it's pretty unlikely as a queen. But as what I'm thinking is that I don't really know. I mean, I definitely could have barreled the turn, I think. I'm not exactly sure. I was thinking at the time, but I'm probably just trying to get value from his, like, worst hands, which is pretty risky by checking.
It's going to be very difficult to get value from hands like pocket 8s, pocket 9s, pocket 10s on this run out. He's very rarely going to call 2-bets.
That's the thing. I'm just thinking about how to get more value. I probably should have bet just by the off chance he has a hand like, 5-6 of whatever, and he gets there on the river.
Jack X, worst Jack X is definitely a consideration. I would have been more happy barreling turn if you had bet flop bigger, because if you had bet flop bigger, I don't think you can float as much Queen X. I think you can float more Queen X to a third.
Yeah, I think checking the turn with his hand might be a little, maybe a little dicey against a weaker player, but I don't know. It can't be horrible.
I'm just not sure after we go a third on the flop. I think checking is fine. River. He could potentially float some weak ace-x on the flop. Okay, my general interpretation of what in-position flats from weaker players is it's a lot of ace-x and a lot of pocket pairs.
Yeah, I noticed these guys they have all sorts of hands. It could be anything.
If it... I think I just like a big bet and pray to get called by something like ace-5 suited that floated flop, ace-6 suited that floated flop.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I'd like to see myself bet big here. I can't remember what I did. I probably didn't.
I want something in the realm of pot.
Half pot, looking like.
It's really smaller than I would have liked.
Oh yeah, I went third pot, that's right.
Don't like it. You're still not going to get called by 8s, 9s, 10s. That's still not going to call you. You're unlikely to get called by worse Jack X. I think we're just targeting an ace, and that calls bigger. What did he have?
So I messed up, and I clicked it too fast, and this was the hand before that. So this wasn't actually that hand.
Oh, okay.
And I got really confused, and I kept looking at it, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? But, you'll see, I keep looking at it. I was so confused.
Yeah, I just don't see... Yeah.
I should have gone bigger. I think I definitely should have gone bigger. I don't think...
I like a big bet there.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake for sure.
It's just a relatively inelastic calling range, calling a lot of ace-x, and that's pretty much it. He has it. Yeah?
What do you think about this flop? C-bet a third on this flop? So disconnected. Really?
Yeah, like it.
Yeah.
Ace-7-3 and these disconnected ace-high flops are usually bet in late position around half the time on average with range versus competent players.
Yeah.
And our hands with the least incentive to bet are pretty much King X with no backdoor flush draw, which is exactly what we had.
Yeah. Yeah, like,
We
I
also
like
have a backdoor straight draw, which I think we had a backdoor straight draw, which kind of makes, but it was a backdoor straight draw to a gut shot. Could maybe bet sometimes. You're
Yeah, 'cause
also
it-
likely to get under check raised by rec, but
yeah, I don't know. Probably why I checked it in the moment. Probably just had nothing going on. I
I
figured
like
I
a
had
check.
nothing going on. Yeah.
I like a check as your main line for sure.
So I got ace five here.
And this was what happened. We open, get 3-bet, could 4-bet, could call. Both are fine.
So with ace five is what I'm doing is that I'm basically pure, because I like to simplify my strategies. So with ace five, I'm
Okay.
pure calling. What's that? So ace five, I'm pure calling the 3-bet. Ace four suited, I am rolling to 5-bet. I mean 4-bet.
Sure.
So that's my strategy. I'm pure calling with the ace five.
I don't know. I just roll everything. Probably a leak in my game. What does he bet here? He goes for what size?
Some ridiculous size, so there's nothing I can do against that. I'm wondering though, if he bets a third, do you think we ever raise this?
I think if he bets a third, I'd pretty much pure check raise this.
Yeah, I think it's a good candidate. Not sure if I'm actually doing it every time in game, but I think
The thing is, when he bets a third here, when he bets we definitely want to have a significant raising range, because even though the board's very bad for us, we're out of position. So we just need to have a bunch of raises, or he's going to get to overrealize incredibly well.
Right.
So we're going to play a ton of raises regardless, or not a ton, but a decent amount, maybe 15%, something like that. And
Yeah,
ace five of spades is a hand that feels strong enough to continue, but continues terribly as a call. I don't think we can call it. So I just like it as a pure raise.
Yeah, I think it's definitely reasonable to raise to a small bet, but this guy's an idiot.
What size did he go?
He goes like, I don't know, some ridiculous 70% or something like that. Yeah, alright, so hang on. So the pot's 18.5, he bet 13.9. So
Yeah,
14. 14
Fold.
and 18. Yeah, some ridiculous.
Fold. Yeah. Versus half pot, I think it's somewhat close. Versus bigger, I think we just have to fold.
Yeah. So I got ace king here, ace king suited. Squeezing really big because I don't respect this guy, this cold caller.
I would have gone to 14, but 15's fine.
Yeah, I do 14 too, but I like to go a little big because I don't mind if this guy comes along.
It's pretty much the same size, 14, 15, doesn't really matter.
Same thing, yeah. So ace queen, I'm gonna randomize for the 4-bet or fold. Can't remember if I 4-bet or not. No, I fold.
Okay.
Alright, so this ace 3, I am horrible blind versus blind. So I'm assuming this is never a fold. The ace 3.
I do believe this is never a fold. I think the only suited ace we're allowed to fold is ace deuce. But yeah, I think we can 4-bet, I think we can call, both are fine.
Yeah, I'm figuring like the wheel aces might be better as a call. I don't know, maybe not. It's
the opposite. The way it works, blind versus blind here, is when we open small blind, get 3-bet by the big blind, we mainly 4-bet our wheel aces and then our stronger ace X, and then our middling ace X, like ace 9 through ace 6, just plays pure calls.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's something I need to study.
It's still going to be a mix. You can call, you can 4-bet, you can do whatever. Right.
Oh, we get a nice flop. I think he can have 4-5 suited in his range.
Very high frequency 4-5 suited, yeah.
But I think I have it in my range too, so I mean, not that it really matters too much. I'm not going.
Yeah, we do.
So he checks the flop. I think I'm just gonna stab like a half pot size, I guess. I don't really know.
Okay, I would be going way bigger. I would overbet.
Really? Would you?
Yeah.
What are you
the thing is,
what are you getting called by though?
Any
And
ace-x that he checks
a
back flop, he's gonna have to bluff catch a bunch of kings, queens, jacks. It's gonna be uncomfortable for him, but he should bluff catch those. If not, I'll be printing with bluffs.
well, I'm thinking that I want to get value with this hand. I'm not trying to fold out like pocket jacks, pocket tens, pocket nines. I mean, pocket queens, anything like that. So
Well,
and
that's one approach, right?
there's also a
Yeah,
straight on the board.
yeah, but how often is he checking back 4-5 on the flop? If ever. Unlikely, right?
Probably never, but I'm really
What
just
are you
trying to
behind to here? You're behind to one combo of aces and some nines.
I'm
That's
not
about
worried
it.
about being behind. I'm just trying to get as much value out of this guy as I can.
Yeah. So there are two approaches, right? Your approach, you're betting smaller, you're trying to get called by his jacks, his queens, his kings. If I'm going for an overbet, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get some value from tens, jacks, queens, kings. They might peel one. But then the main point is when this guy has something like ace 5, ace 6, ace 7, ace 8, ace 9, ace 10, any of these hands that he checks back flop with, maybe some ace jack, I'm trying to overbet, shove river, and stack them. I'm trying to stack all of that.
At the time, I was thinking that I didn't think it was very likely he had an ace, but I guess it does make sense blind versus blind because I do have 4 or 5 suited in my range. So I
He
think
can definitely check back some ace X, yeah. There's also the consideration of when we're betting smaller, right? Usually we're betting it partially for equity denial, vulnerable hands that want to bet to fold out some equity, right?
Yeah.
On this flop, we have no hands that do that. We're not stabbing any underpairs. We're basically stabbing strong ace X plus, and that's it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we're just taking our polar range of strong ace X plus and saying, stick the money in, put him in a bluff catching spot, make it a nightmare.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now that I think of it, I'd probably definitely at least 3/4 or something.
Yeah, I want a big enough bet that I can shove river for some decent SPR.
Yeah, that's a big bet, but it definitely makes sense. I definitely am on the same page as you now. I didn't really know at the time. You only get 15 seconds to make a decision in these games.
I do agree with you that if he doesn't have any ace X in his flop checking range, that makes a lot less sense.
Yeah.
Right. So it depends on his flop check back range, but
yeah, see, I couldn't picture what that is because I don't know blind versus blind. That's the problem.
Yeah. So we stab half pot. Is that it?
Yeah, and he called. So I'm hoping to see me bet big here, but what do you think?
I just want to jam.
You think?
Yeah, I just want to jam and say when you have your ace jack, when you have your ace 8, ace 7, ace 6, he can have some ace 9, ace 10, which is pretty bad. Like, this isn't a great river for us. But, when he has his 10-9, stack that too. All of that stuff.
Yeah, that's an interesting output. He does have hands like 10-3 suited and stuff like that, I think.
He can have some 10-3 suited, yeah.
Well, it looks like I'm going half pot again, so...
Don't love it.
Yeah, I can see what he had in a sec. He did call. Let's see here.
If he had a hand like kings, we maximized versus hand. What did he have?
Yeah, he had ace 4. Ace 4 offsuit.
Ace 4. Yeah, that's
unfortunate.
I mean, it depends, because if he's a reg, and you overbet jam river, he could very well call that, because a decent part of our value range there is 5-4, and he has a decent blocker to that. So that's a very reasonable call for him, if we take that line.
Yeah, that's interesting to think. Yeah, I think I missed a lot of value on that, which is unfortunate.
Versus hand, for sure. Yeah, versus range, less, but I still prefer the big bets.
not a lot of 3-betting in these pools. I don't even get excited when I get pocket aces anymore because it's just either everybody folds or everybody just calls. Very frustrating.
Can try increasing your open sizes, but then you need to study a new set of ranges for that.
Yeah, and I'd have to get comfortable with it too. And then once I play ACR too, and then once I switch over to the ACR, it would be kind of, I feel like it would just mess with me.
Yeah, it would be a lot more work. What bet size is this on the flop?
Oops, hang on. So I did third pot on this because I just want value. I could probably go like maybe half pot of this, but I just don't want this guy.
I agree. I want value, but I either want to go 70% or I want to overbet.
What are you expecting to get called by?
On this flop, he has a decent amount of draws. Kind of the way these spots work is on this like 10 on these 10 high boards, when they're more connected, right? So when he can have more gut shots like ace 4, 5-6, 5-4, right? These higher equity hands.
Yeah.
We can use bigger sizes and put his range into a tougher spot, more of an indifference point.
Yeah.
And we also have the benefit specifically with our overpairs, which is mainly what our big size wants to be built around. Aces through jacks. Ace is the least because it needs the least equity denial. Jacks can use more equity denial. But the other advantage of them is they unblock 10x, right?
Yeah.
He can have all of the 10x because we don't have a 10, we have an overpair.
Right, yeah.
So that's increasing his calling range, right? So yeah, I just want to stick in a lot of money. I want to go big. And yeah. So I don't think small is bad though.
I'll admit I don't have a ton of time invested in button versus big blind, which is like the most common spot in Hold'em. I mean, I spend a lot of time in like 3-bet pots and stuff like that, but
which makes sense because they're bigger, right? So mistakes in 3-bet pots are bigger mistakes.
But still, this is a very common spot, and I just don't have too much knowledge, I guess you could say. But
yeah, I like a big size. Although small's fine too. It's not like it's going to be a gigantic EV loss, If you looked at the difference between a small bet and a big bet on this flop, you're probably losing something like, I don't know, 0.1 big blinds maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe less. Like, it's not going to be anything significant, but...
Yeah, no, I hear you though, and he's a fish too, so he's going to be calling a lot of hands. Like he'll probably call 3/4 to maybe pot with a gut shot. So
yeah,
I should have, especially versus this opponent. I probably should have gone bigger, but I went third.
Yeah, it's fine.
So he calls, and I get a 3 on the turn. So even though this guy's a fish, I don't expect him to have a ton of 3s. I mean, he definitely could.
He can have ace-3 suited, potentially some ace-3 off. The only offsuit ace you should really have is ace-3 off, right?
Yeah, I mean, I am blocking it pretty good, but I decided to bet again. What do you think about another bet here?
I think a bet's reasonable. I think a check is reasonable. Both are fine.
I mean, I am blocking, I should be at least blocking a lot of the threes that he has. So,
well, I think ace-3 off versus 2.5x is a fold in theory, but a rec could definitely call that.
Yeah.
I don't mind it. I think versus a rec, I like the bet more. He's more likely than a reg to peel his 4s through 9s again, which are probably going to be very close in theory.
Yeah, I was...
Likely indifferent.
I was a little torn between check and bet. I just want to get value from this guy, and...
I like a bet versus rec, and what size do you use? Is it half?
Half pot, yeah.
Yeah, half seems reasonable on this turn. Seems like a good size.
Well, he raises.
Okay, what size does he raise to?
I made it 4.3. He goes 19.5, so he was raising big.
Yeah,
And when I call, it's basically a pot-sized jam on the river.
Ah,
Yeah.
fun spot.
And that's, yeah. So I'm not going anywhere, not right now. So, so I call. Not much to think about. Now it's a 2 on the river.
I think there's definitely a consideration for jamming turn.
Oh, you think?
I mean, okay, here's the thing. Tombos isn't here, so I'm going to paraphrase Tombos. When his range is comprised of mainly strong mate hands and high equity hands, we want to fast play more raises, fewer calls on the turn.
Well,
if his hand is more strong hands and then low equity hands like gut shots and the like, then we want to call more.
So I'm blocking top pair, top kicker like pretty heavily. There's no flush draws on the board, and I don't see him having many like this guy either has absolutely nothing or he has a 3. So
yeah, I agree with you. I think it's mainly gonna be like 5-6 and the like. So yeah, I like a call.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if he's raising 4 or 5, or seems pretty ballsy to me, but maybe, I guess, I don't know.
I think 5-6 is a more likely raise because 4-5 can probably peel again, but 5-6 likely can't. So I think that makes a lot of sense to go into a raising range.
Yeah, that's definitely reasonable. So the thing with these guys, so I have some history with the players in this pool. So when they show very aggressive plays like this, it's a lot of the time it's complete bullshit. So I was thinking about it earlier.
Really? Okay.
The last 10 times I've gotten check raised and then jammed on the river and I've called, literally 7 out of 10 times it's been a stone cold bluff. I've literally caught them with nothing more times than they've actually had it. So I actually have a lot of history in this pool with them just spazzing out. So when stuff like this happens, I lean a little bit more towards just going with it and calling because they are just spazzing out so often in this pool. I don't know if it's because it's not anonymous, but
I'm assuming he's jamming river.
Yeah, so he does.
Okay, so what are our considerations here? I mean, we're effectively bluff catching, right? He's never gonna, or I doubt he will ever be jamming worse than aces. This is likely just a 3 or nothing. Good blockers in that we block ace-3 off if he happens to have it. Bad blockers in that we block ace-4, which could definitely be a part of the bluffing range. Although I'd expect it to be more 5-6 type hands than ace-4, because ace-4 can also peel a second time. I don't know, I think it's very close.
I think that I don't really like the call, honestly. I don't really like the call. I'm blocking ace-10. Not that he would jam that on the river, but yeah, I'm blocking ace-10. I'm blocking ace-3. I'm blocking, a lot of his value. I really don't like the call, personally.
Wait, so you don't like the call, but you're blocking value?
Right, so I'm blocking, hang on, did I just mess that up? No, I'm sorry.
You flipped it. You flipped yourself.
My bad. No, so I do kind of like the call because, like I said, I'm blocking ace-3. I don't think he would jam ace-10, so I really don't think he has ace-10, and I'm blocking that.
No, anyway. He never has ace-10.
Right, yeah, so my bad, I was completely messing that up. So, yeah, I do kind of like the call here because I think he's just full of shit. I really do. I really don't think he has anything. So, I do make the call, and he has nothing.
Well, nice. I don't mind the call. I think it's close regardless.
Yeah, so I just don't think he has many 3s. So, which he didn't. He had king, queen offsuit, and he's just a complete fool. So
there you go. King, queen offsuit, nice one.
I wanted to snap fold, but once I kept thinking about it, and I just like, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is a good hand to call it with. He still
It's
has
a
like,
reasonable call. Any of our other suits of aces is obviously better because then we also block ace 3 suited. Like we had the nut
Yeah.
worst suits of aces, but if he's over bluffing the spot, right, that minute difference is not going to make a big difference,
Yeah.
right? If he's over bluffing, it'll be profitable.
He still has, you know, king 3, maybe queen 3. He still has 3, 6 3.
Those suited combos, king 3, queen 3, 6 3, 5 3, 4 3, all of that, yeah. If it's suited.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I thought it was really close, but I liked the call and I got him.
I mean,
So,
if he is bluffing the king queen off in that line, particularly if this was not I rolled 100, so I'm bluffing it. If this is an indiscriminate, he's bluffing it. He's massively over bluffing the spot in your call's printing, right?
right.
So
in
hindsight versus player, you're printing.
Yeah, and I have all the same 3s that he has. So like I just can't. I don't understand why he made that play. That was like the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my entire poker.
I mean, I can see logic to having bluffs in that line. I would definitely take that line sometimes with 5-6, maybe some ace 4. But
yeah.
will I take that line ever with king queen off? No.
Yeah.
But
it's pretty ridiculous. So
what was this?
Hang on. Why is the pot so big? Oh, he 3-bet. When I was
size?
8, it was small.
Okay.
When I don't remember if I realized he 3-bet in game because so when he jams here, I was thinking that I just my 10s, I don't want to fold my 10s, but the problem is if he has 2 clubs, I'm not doing well against it, and obviously getting crushed by bigger pairs. He could have straights. I just folded, but I mean,
there's definitely consideration for jamming pre as well. That's definitely on the table.
Yeah, that's definitely reasonable, I think.
Because he's short stacked, he's 50 bigs deep or something. Jamming's definitely reasonable pre. Calling's reasonable too.
When I'm in 3-bet pots, I really like seeing flops against weaker players because I feel like I have a big edge. So like for instance, if
your edge is going to be smaller though when he's short stacked, right? Because when the SPR is so low post, if he gets to this flop and he's playing shove or fold, how big really is your edge?
So this actually doesn't happen that often. I don't know if it's fish in general or just the fish in this pool, but they usually don't go all in like this. It's usually they will bet like something small on the flop, and then I can just go all in or call or whatever. This usually doesn't happen. So this is why I like to see flops, because they don't usually jam. So
this is kind of a tough spot. Is he ever jamming 9s?
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely.
Then I think I'm just calling.
It's close. I think it's really close. Just for the sole reason that they usually don't do this and go all in on the flop, that led me more towards just letting it go because I just felt uncomfortable. They usually never do this. I'm pretty sure I folded. I don't think I called yet.
I think I like a call.
Yeah, it was close. I wasn't
particularly sure. This is going to sound like a strange read, but I've seen a lot of Rex 3-bet get a flop that completely misses ace-king, take their ace-king, and just ram it in on the flop because they go, fuck, my ace-king missed. Jam.
Yeah,
it's a more common line than you would think.
No, I know.
What?
Oh, you can hear me.
Yes.
Oh, Matt, hey!
I'm on my phone.
Oh, yeah, we couldn't hear you until now. What's up? What were you saying?
Jam free, bro. It's always a
jam free is reasonable. It's reasonable for sure.
It's the only play.
I think it makes a lot of sense. I honestly wasn't thinking about it. I really wasn't thinking of.
I'm gonna try to make the screen bigger again and see if you guys can still hear me.
Yeah, I'm also watching on my cracked screen phone, so welcome to the club, Matt.
I just like to
Can you hear
see.
me?
What?
Okay, good. Can you
Yeah.
still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You sound a lot different.
Yeah, I guess maybe the way I'm holding it, or I don't know.
It doesn't matter. It's all good. We can hear you just fine.
If you
Oh,
say
so-
range.
Yeah, definitely. For sure. Okay, hang on a sec here. Control Shift. Okay, so what happened here? I wasn't paying attention. So he opened and
He opens, we call check flop.
Yeah, so what do you think here, bet big?
I mean, what do you mean by big?
Like, I don't
Yeah.
know, like 3/4 pot, like minimum,
I think that's fine.
or
3/4
maybe bigger, I don't know.
3/4 sounds reasonable. I mean, it depends how you're constructing your range here. Because I think having a block size makes a lot of sense. I think having an overbet size makes a lot of sense. If you're also building out a 3/4 size, I think this kind of goes pretty nicely in there.
So the 3/4 size I'm very comfortable with. That's one that I use a lot. I do pot sometimes. I do overbet a little bit out of position, but I haven't really implemented that much into my game.
In this line, I play three sizes. I play a third, 75, and 150.
Yeah,
Okay,
that makes
I
sense.
was gonna say I'd play 30, 70, and 120, but yeah, something like that seems very reasonable.
Yeah. I probably went 3/4. Yeah.
That if I was playing a 3 sizing strategy, King Jack would be mainly, or actually, I'd probably just stick it always into my 3/4 size.
Yeah, I think with the spade, having the spade in our hand.
Yeah, King of Spades is an added benefit because it blocks a lot of check or a lot of raises on the turn.
Yeah,
So
makes sense.
I don't think we need to go big there, like huge there, overbet huge.
No,
He was
and
a-
overbetting
he was-
is getting slightly thin there.
He was a short stack. He had like 40 big blinds, so I mean, potentially could be getting extra value from a fish, but I don't really know.
How would you decide what size to use in a three size pot or a 3 size bet?
So you're saying in that check line when we're out of position, like in
Yeah.
a single raise pot.
Or turn probe.
The first thing you're gonna do is base it off the board, right? You should start to develop some heuristic for what types of boards you're taking certain sizes with, right? And certain boards you might have one size, certain boards you might have three sizes.
Yeah, a
But
general
generally-
consideration is we tend to have more smaller sizes on boards where equity denial versus overcard specifically is relevant. So if the board was something like ace, 9, deuce, turn 6, right? There's not really as much benefit to playing a small bet because it's not like our hands like, 8, 7s, 6x want to start stabbing, right? We're pretty much just betting strong ace x plus. So then just skipping all of the smaller sizes and playing overbet or check makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
But on some of these lower boards, smaller sizes become much more relevant. Yeah, continue, Matt.
Gotcha.
Yeah, exactly that. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Smaller boards, lower boards generally you're gonna have smaller bets, and then like you were saying, like queen, king, and ace high boards, you're definitely gonna see a lot more like overbets feature, like small bets and overbets. But more so overbets. And then depending on how dynamic the board is, and like let's say this board was like deuce 3 8, and then the turn was like a 6 completing 4 5, right?
Mhm.
It's very unlikely there that most people will check back a set or like their straight draw or anything. So that's a spot where we can start to abuse people and just have a lot of overbets with a lot of different hands.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Definitely a spot where a small bet also makes sense, though, for equity to know. I play up 3 sizes there.
Yeah.
Would we Would we be betting big there with top pair to like fold out overcards too?
Nah, we're not like the king. You're talking about the king jack here?
No, I'm talking about like you said like 2, 3,
8,
6.
6 deuce, turn
Yeah,
something,
so
break,
if
whatever.
if we have like ace 8 or king 8, we could
Yeah.
benefit by betting big to fold out overcards, right?
Yeah, I mean, it depends how dynamic the board is realistically. Like if it's, if there's like straight flushing possibilities, then let's go a little nuts. When it
Yeah,
makes sense
yeah.
too.
I believe there's also going to be a consideration. This is a little off topic, but I think it would make less sense to overbet our hands like ace 8, king 8, and more sense to overbet our hands like queen 8, jack 8.
Yeah,
Because the thing is, when we have ace 8, king 8, we dominate a lot of his ace and king highs, right? Where if he makes top pair, we make two pair. So
yeah.
there's a lot less value in getting those hands to fold than when we have something like queen 8, jack 8 or the like.
Yeah,
So I
that
didn't
makes sense.
I didn't I don't know who asked the question about like what bet sizings we would use.
Oh, that was
That
That was me.
was...
Craig.
Corrado done.
Yeah,
I
me.
think.
Okay. Do you have some kind of solver software, like whether it be Wizard or GTO Plus
Right
or
now,
something
no, I
like that?
don't. Wait, can you hear me? Oh yeah, no, I don't right now.
Okay, so I'm still without internet, and I probably won't be back online until like Wednesday, like computer setup and everything. If you remind me on Wednesday in Discord, we can look over some like random flops together, where it's gone check check, and then where the big blind and what does our action look like.
That would be really nice, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
As a general rule, the value is pretty straightforward, right? Like, let's say if it was Jack 9, this board, right? Jack 6, 5, 9, if we've got pocket sixes, 7, 8, that type of hand, overbet makes a lot of sense, right? Incredibly strong hand, just wants to start getting value. Small bet's going to be built more around middling hands looking for equity denial versus overcards. Maybe stuff like ace 9, jack.
Yeah, right. Like if I
Jack
had 9,
3,
Yeah, it makes a
Yeah.
lot
I
of
don't
sense.
know.
Something like
I don't
King
know.
8, I might take an overbet with on this board, like King 8 of spades, obviously, right? Where
Yeah, yeah.
if I wanted to go for a double here, it might be like something more like, I don't know, let's say like uh 10-7 of diamonds or something. Like just something. You know what I'm trying to say? Just not
King
blocking.
10 is also a very reasonable candidate. King 10, is going to draw to the nuts versus hands like 10 8, You can get some reverse implied odds there, building a big pot versus those hands.
What size are you guys betting a 9 in big blinds?
I might not bet it at all.
Small.
We're
If I do bet, yeah, I'd mix check and block with 9x here.
Yeah, I'm
Depends.
thinking maybe like half pot or something.
Yeah, it depends what my side card is. If I have ace 9, I'm more likely to take a bet, than like if I had 9,
9,
7.
8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think ace 9 is a really nice candidate for a block because you're likely going to get called by ace king, some ace queen. And that's going to...
He could definitely have a better 9 too, so I don't know.
Yeah, everything's
Yeah.
possible. He could have fucking a set of 5s, He's allowed to.
It's also important, actually, one last point to keep in mind when you're probing. A lot of the hands that are going to be going more into that probing range as bluffs are going to be bluffs that could not continue versus aggression.
Right,
Right.
yeah, that makes sense.
So I'd rather check something like ace 7 of spades here on the turn than I would check ace 7 of diamonds. Right, or
Yeah,
ace
that makes
7
sense.
of hearts is a better example. Because if I check and he bets, ace 7 of spades, easy continue. If I check and he
Yeah.
bets, ace 7 of hearts, really tough spot. Right?
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense.
I also don't mind checking. You can kind of do whatever you want with king jack. It's one of those nice hands for that.
Oh yeah, checking's fine too.
What is up with this? Why is it going so slow?
Did it pause? If you go forward and backwards, sometimes that fixes it for me, yeah. Yeah, there you go.
That ace of spades on the river is kind of like a sexy candidate to like rejam or like check jam.
With the king of spades.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's ballsy.
After we go big, I don't know if that might just be too high up to
It depends.
check jam. Might just need to
Yeah.
bluff catch.
It might-
you might need to
it
go
might-
lower to like your king nine and the like.
It might be good, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a reasonable line. It just depends on your threshold of if it's like, is it going to be higher EV as a call than it will as a jam?
Yeah, I'm interested to see that one.
Oh yeah, I think this ace four one is potentially interesting. I can't remember.
Hang on. I'm at home trying to multitask my phone and my computer, but I'm going to try and pull up Pyro and see if I can check that spot because I'm curious now.
Yeah, I'm very interested.
I don't think it was this
Yeah.
ace four. I did have an ace four that was in an interesting spot though. Oh well, this one might be it too. All
Alright, so
I
we
got
three
two
bet
spots
this,
here.
right?
So
Yeah,
I'm curious,
so
curious to see what sizing you use here, am I right?
I honestly am. So I don't have many nines in my range. I don't think, and he does. So I think
It's
I
not
checked
that
here.
many nines, but some.
I think I checked here.
Why? What's your strategy of choice, Matt?
For the 9-9 specifically, it's gonna be like 50%.
Oh, good. I was going to use half or check
Yeah.
too. Nice.
So if I did bet here, I would definitely be betting 50%, or
Yeah.
maybe
I
like
don't
a little.
check.
Yeah.
I think both check and half pot is fine.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty. He might stab the turn. I got like the easiest call in the world. So, and then the ace king is obviously just a call. I'm expecting to see like a really strong hand here, but I'm surprised he actually had, because these guys are a bunch of nits. So yeah, I checked the ace four.
Dan, when the board gets like 7-7 and lower, it's always a big bet.
Yeah,
7-7 and lower attack. Yeah, I mean, my general rule for these spots is 9 high and lower paired boards. I'll use half or check.
Okay.
And 9 high or lower unpaired boards, I'll just mainly use 70%.
Yeah, the big bet.
Maybe some 30% on some boards specifically, but mainly 70. And then higher paired boards, if it's like 10 higher paired boards, I'll usually go for 30% instead.
I size
My
up a
general
little bit
heuristic at
too.
least.
I do like 60% as a sizing. I do a little bigger than half pot, but I don't think it really matters.
Very reasonable. Anything in that realm is reasonable. Yeah, by the way, Matt, just checking the king jack. On the rivered ace of spades, we're just going for a block.
Okay. What does it do if we get raised like I don't know, 70?
You're looking for that 3-bet jam?
Yeah.
That would be very interesting. King of spades, jack X is going for the 8 to 10%, depending on the suit of the jack, jam frequency, and folding the rest of it.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah,
in there.
Yeah, like
You know, yeah, but it's very low frequency jam, mainly just a fold, but it is in there. Zero
Yeah,
EV, obviously. Yeah.
Interesting. Something I don't have in my game for sure.
I mean,
So
if you assume that his river raising range and position is too value heavy, then it's just going to be a punt to 3-bet jam. But
well, he's
Right,
supposed to
yeah.
use, like, all his ace X and then like some of his jack X probably, and
yeah, versus 30%, he's actually not, since it's the ace of spades right on the river, so it brings in the flush as well.
Spades, yeah,
Versus
yeah.
block, he's just raising. While ace 9 plus is a pure raise, ace 6, ace 5 are indifferent to raising, so just 2 pair plus.
Okay. What was
Yeah.
Was it ace? What board do you have on the flop? 5.
I didn't remember it. I used jack 9 6 turned 5 river ace of spades.
So ace 9 plus 2 pair. I got it. Cool.
yeah, I don't
Yeah, it
have
was something like that.
I don't have wizard anymore. Otherwise, I'd bring it up. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah. weird spot anyway, and very not applicable to most spots.
Yeah, interesting. It's nothing I plan on studying anytime soon, but something I'll definitely have to at some point.
It's pretty much a gigantic waste of time to study, honestly, from someone who's been there.
Yeah, I don't know. It might be good. So on the right here, he goes some weird size, like 40% or something like that. I call.
Calling's reasonable. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so I remember this. This one was, you guys gotta tell me what you think about this. So.
Okay.
Hang on. So on the left, I'm definitely continuing against the bet, obviously. But
yeah, I think with the Jack of Diamonds you have to.
Oh yeah, even if he bets a little bigger, I would definitely continue. So he bets. What do you guys think here? With the
what does he bet?
He bets third pot, basically a third pot.
Jam.
Yeah, so I think this is, I don't really know, like, what am I getting value from? That doesn't already beat me if I'm raising this.
Okay, you have to think about it this way. When he does block, what does he have that does beat you?
He has boats. He has...
What boats does he have? Potentially some amount of jacks, but I'd expect that to mainly go bigger on one street. Maybe 30-40% is reasonable. Maybe bigger on the river, though.
Yeah, he has fives, sevens, jacks, nines. He has all the boats.
Nines is one combo. Sevens could definitely go bigger on the turn. Can definitely go big on this river. I think I jam sevens as him. I just don't see him blocking as many boats. He can definitely. I think the most reasonable block for him is Jack X or Jacks. Pocket Jacks is a boat because Pocket Jacks blocks our hands like Jack 10. You know, those types of hands that can call.
Well, just because he's supposed to be doing something doesn't mean anything. This guy could have no idea what he's doing, so you can't really say like I hear what you're saying. Like if I had a boat,
it's hard to find the blind for the assumption, right? Because the thing is, you can create you can always create a range for villain that will justify any line. I could create a range for villain here that would justify folding the nut flush in position, right? So it's a question of how likely each of those possible ranges is.
Well,
and what means our play should be. Right?
Definitely possible. So if I was in his shoes and I had a boat, honestly, the size I would use would probably be like half pot. So it would be a smaller size. I'm not going crazy. I'm trying to get value. This guy could just be trying to get a little value with, and he could have quads, and he's just trying to get called by something. You know what I mean?
Joe, do you understand how value works, though? Right. So, like, let's say we have a boat here, right? Like, do you understand like how often we need to be called based on like what bet size we go, right? Like, if we go 50% versus 150%, do you understand how that works?
What do you mean?
So, like, if I bet 50% of the pot versus 150% of the pot, how often, or just to make this easier, like, let's say 75% pot and 150% pot.
You kidding me? 50 and 150 was way easier than 75 and 150. But yeah.
So you would get more calls with a smaller size, though, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, of course you would get more calls, right? But that's not the whole point there, right? Like.
Yeah, here's the consideration, right? If you bet 50%, right? If he calls you, what percentage of the time would it be? 50%, 50, bet over bet plus pot, 50 over 150, 33% folding, calls 66% of his range, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I understand, like, there's still, like, I would still have calls in decision if he, goes all in or he goes, like, pot or over bets or whatever. I have calls. But
yeah, but here's the point. Yeah, go for it, man. No, you go for it. Okay, fine. The point I think Matt was trying to make is if you bet 50% pot, right? Or as villain, if villain bets 50% pot with a boat, and you call 66% of the time,
Yeah.
then that is going to be the same EV as him betting 200% pot, and you calling 33% of the time.
Yeah.
Assuming you always have a worse hand when you call, right?
Yeah,
So
so-
it kind of comes down to what size is going to optimize that calling frequency versus how much money you make when you call.
Right, yeah, I completely understand that. I'm just thinking that
I understand you don't need to be called as often, right? If you bet.
Right, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's obvious. Yeah, that's obvious. I'm just thinking, though, like, I'm thinking that I don't know if that's accurate. I'm thinking, though, in this board, in this situation, if he has a boat, he's probably going to make more money with a half pot bet than a bigger bet. I could be completely wrong with that. So, like, the reason why we're on this subject is, like, this small size doesn't really mean anything to me. Like, I think he could be doing this with anything. He could be doing this with quads. Like, I don't think, like, just because it's a small size, then he should be getting more value with his boats. I just don't think, like...
Well, he could be doing it with a boat.
I don't
Yeah.
think it's a size intel or anything.
We have to raise here. We have to go, I mean, like at least probably 75% raise here.
Yeah, so that's where I was getting at. So what do you think he's calling that we beat if I raise here?
That's not really our consideration, right? Our consideration is...
Well, if we're unbalanced, it is a consideration.
It is, but the thing is, trying to put him on a range right now against an anonymous player who blocked is going to be very hard, right? So I think we have a hand that's worth a raise, right? And then if we raise, right, and we get jammed on, we need to ask ourselves if we have a hand that is worth a call, right? So,
Yeah,
nobody's 3-bet bluffing that spot. Fold.
right, but that's...
Yeah, I would probably fold, but like he does now that I think of it, he does have some hands that I didn't think of it in game, but he does have like 10-9, 9-8.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. I was thinking in game like this is like what am I getting called by? Like smaller flushes, like that's literally
the... as bad as people say they are, then you are going to get some ridiculous calls.
Yeah, I've been in this pool for a while, and I think that it's hit or miss. I don't know. I think the raise is really dicey. I thought it was really dicey in game, but now that I think of it, I didn't consider like 10-9, 9-8. Those are a few combos, not too many, but...
Here's what he has.
If he overfolds, you can also have it print by bluffing a bunch of, what can you have here? You can have some ace of diamonds, king X that you can just bluff jam here. Ace of diamonds, queen X that you can bluff jam here. And that's going to be printing if he's massively overfolding this spot regardless.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking about value. I'm always thinking about how I can nickel and dime these guys for everything they have. I actually did go for the raise.
What size?
I thought it was really dicey. So I did it was basically 50%.
Okay.
I thought it was really dicey. Like I almost would just rather a check, honestly. But he did call. I mean,
What do you have?
hang on, I'll show you. He had pocket tens with no diamond.
Yeah, see, exactly.
Yeah.
That's so loose. Like,
yeah, that's just horrible.
No.
That's
it's so... I
Yeah.
mean, his block on the river's probably okay, and then his call is just...
it's awful. Yeah, it's complete.
So that goes to the point I said earlier about you have no idea what people are going to call with. Like just if you have a hand worth the raise,
and raise it.
You have to make
And just
another
fold.
consideration.
Yeah.
Then just fold.
Yeah, it makes sense, definitely. I don't see him having many bluff raises either with me having like the ace of diamonds.
It's hard to come up with that. It's hard to grab your dick hard enough and fucking man up and do it.
Yeah.
You mean it's hard enough to see that raise go, you know what, I'm gonna take my 9x that has a boat blocker here and 3-bet jam my 9x as a bluff?
Alright.
I would love it. I would
Yeah.
love it.
Alright, guys, I gotta go.
All right, man.
No, wow, that was quick. Alright.
Bye.
Bye, Matt.
So the Jack's here. So I opened E3 bet. It went check on the flop. Definitely just checking this turn.
Like it.
And he checks. I think I would probably I don't know, maybe I would at least block this river, I think, if it wasn't a queen or a king. But because it's a queen, I'm just gonna check and hopefully he checks back.
Like it.
I think if it was like a 2 of like clubs or something, I could probably bet like a third or half pot or 20% or something.
Although if you check and win this, that's just gonna be pitiful. Okay, no, he wins, thank God.
Yeah, the pocket.
I was gonna say, yeah, just that run out.
I would have value bet the kings there in his position on the river. I don't know if that's good, but I definitely would have done it.
I think it's close, yeah.
I would have done like a half pot in his shoes, but. So this is another thing I wanted to talk about. So these limpers in these games are like, these guys are literally limping premiums. And it's a constant problem where I'm just getting completely wrecked. Like
So if you're limping premiums, you want to ISO tighter and you want to ISO smaller.
I've actually been ISOing tighter and ISOing bigger because they are calling my 10.
Are they limp 3-betting their premiums or are they limp calling their premiums?
Calling. They're literally limp calling. I have no idea because they just limp
Okay,
call.
if they're limp calling their premiums, then going bigger is less of a bad thing. Because if they're limp 3-betting their premiums, going bigger is bad, right? Because if he limps, you ISO to 10 or something out of position, let's say. You ISO in position.
Right,
let's say you ISO to 6, right? And then he limp 3-bets and you have to fold.
Right,
that is bad.
That's a disaster.
Right.
They're not doing that. So when I have like pocket queens, I'll ISO to like anywhere between 6 and like 8, probably, maybe 10. I've done 10 a couple of times.
It's reasonable. It's more of a thing if their limping range is more capped. If you assign them a very capped limping range, you can ISO to like 6 in position and 10 out of position. But
yeah,
if it's uncapped, it's.
I'm done losing. I'm losing all sorts of money to these fucking idiots. So I'm done messing around. I'm like either I'm folding like king 10 offsuit now to these guys. It's just like disgraceful. I do want to see
here we overlimp. Reasonable.
Yeah,
it's reasonable.
I usually don't do this. It looks like there's 2 weaker players here, so I mean, it's definitely if you get away with it, but not something I usually do. I like to be the aggressor.
I've been working on my multi-way concept, so I'm curious what I'm going to see here. All right, he goes for what? Is that 3/4, something like that?
Yeah. This was actually an interesting hand. So if he goes small again, it's like 60% on the turn. It's kind of close. I think I'm just folding, honestly, because, so the thing is let's say I call and it bricks and he checks, and then I decide to go all in. These fucking idiots are calling hands like pocket 6s, pocket 2s. They're literally just
reasonable. Pocket 6 is basically a bluff catcher.
They're not folding that stuff, so I think fold here is probably the best, because if I miss, I'm just always losing. But I like to call anyway. And
I like the call. Because you have implied odds as well, and you're in position, which gives you a chance to bluff. And I disagree. I think there are folds in his range on the river. So
yeah, they call a lot, and I'm losing all sorts of money bluffing these guys, and I'm just tired of it. I did fold the river. I'm wondering if a jam might have gotten them off or something. Probably not.
No, I don't like a jam there. I like a fold.
Yeah,
I like your line. I like your line, 100%.
Oh, there we go.
Oh!
double ace king here. I can't remember what happened. Probably nothing.
Yeah,
Because
what were we?
everyone just.
I think
folded.
somebody was gonna say something. Hang on.
Oh,
Was somebody gonna
I-
say something?
What's up?
Oh, hey,
no.
Chaton, how are you doing?
Hello, bros. Fine, and you?
good.
Good, yeah.
You are in a review of Junior.
Yeah, 200.
Okay.
Ignition. So it's anonymous pools, which makes everything harder because no stats.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. So these guys, they like to limp premium, so I've been raising a lot bigger, and I've been getting a lot of calls.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I can't really comment on what anonymous limping ranges are like. Never played them in my life.
It's pretty crazy, man. You wouldn't believe it. Like, he'll limp call pocket king. I've seen people limp call pocket kings.
Alright, so what bet size are we using here?
Third.
I want to go big. I
Yeah.
love big sizes. This is kind of funny. But the reason I have for this is when he limp calls, from what I've seen of limping ranges, is it's a lot of ace-x and pocket pairs.
Yeah, I think the ace high board is a good candidate because I think if I bet small here, I think he might even fold middling pocket pairs, even though he's a fish and he has a pair. I think that they I don't know if it's accurate, but I think they get scared of ace high boards. I don't really
Okay,
know.
well that's a factor then too, right? Because when we have ace king here, we're just trying to get the most value possible, right?
Yeah,
So
definitely.
if he's folding pocket, let's say he folds all of his pocket pairs, right?
Yeah.
Then what we're trying to get value from is ace-x, right?
Or
Because if he's folding all of his
draws.
pocket pairs, the next thing is basically ace-x, or draws, true.
Yeah.
So if he's calling that to a big bet as well, which I think he is, I think that's going to be relatively inelastic, and I think he'll call a big bet with that as well.
Yeah.
Then
I think you're right. Yeah, big bet here. I definitely should have gone big here. Like minimum half pot to 3/4.
yeah,
I agree. I think probably 3/4 would have been the best personally, but I went small.
I would have
folded.
used 70%, so something in that realm. Yeah.
Yeah. So I got the ace three. I don't remember if this is I think this is mostly a fold. Sometimes
I think it's just a
bet.
pure fold. Maybe can 4-bet sometimes, but I think it's a pure fold.
I think it's actually mostly fold and sometimes a 4-bet.
I'm gonna go pure fold.
Yeah.
Damn it.
So
You're really showing me off here. I don't study my pre-flop ranges, and you're proving it to me.
I'm actually getting very good with them, but I'm just gonna simplify and pure fold that.
Yeah, I don't know. I just guess randomly everywhere and randomize everything.
Oh yeah, so this tiny bet. Sometimes I'll flat pocket pairs to these small bet the two. I'm more inclined to do it with a short stack in the big blind, but sometimes I do it. I don't always do it.
There's not that much of a flatting range in the small blind versus late position. It's more of a thing versus early position, but fine. It's reasonable.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. But I happen to get rewarded this time. The problem is,
I mean, it's reasonable regardless, right? Like, it's going to be close anyway. If the big blind is a wreck here, and I know the big blind's a wreck because then I'm definitely flatting this every time. It's close enough for things to swing it over.
Right, that's why I was saying, I usually don't do it if it's a full stack. Maybe I will. It depends on how I'm feeling. I usually don't, unless it's a recreation.
It's whatever. It's close.
It's not a big deal. Yeah, I don't think it's a big. Whoa, are they full ace three here? What the hell? Oh yeah, because he was short stacked. I didn't want to. So these small aces, even though they're nice, I don't like to 3-bet short stacks with them. Because this is
close. Yeah.
To me, this is kind of like an implied odds hand. I mean, kind of, I guess. I mean, I probably could have, no problem, but just trying not to stack off against. I don't know.
I think
probably
it's
should.
close. If you're gonna 3-bet, I just want to go small, something like maybe he went 2.5. Is it? He opened to 2.5.
Yeah. If I
Yeah, I
think
want to
that
go to
it would
something like
be,
maybe 7.5, something like that.
yeah, I would go 8.
Yeah.
But I
Eight's
think
fine too, something in that realm.
it's interesting too because when it comes to 3-bets, I'm always going for the more aggressive line. I'm surprised I folded this, honestly. I'm trying to justify like folding it, but it's like, man, I can't believe I did that.
All right,
I'm
pocket threes. Can we lead this?
No, I like to check raise, but unfortunately. So I'm thinking like, okay, ace turn, perfect. Like somebody's gonna bet this. Like, I mean, I was thinking like going pot here, or maybe bigger. Probably could
I
go
like
bigger.
that. Yeah, I either want to check or I want to overbet. Those are the two lines I
Yeah.
want to do here. One's
Yeah,
fine. Both are
so-
fine.
I'm always trying to go for the check raise. That's like my thing. I don't remember what I did. We'll see. Yeah, I checked. I could have definitely bet like 8 or 10 or 11, I think.
Yeah, I like something like 8. I think that's my main line, but checking
Alright, so
is fine.
He does bet perfect, so I'm going. Probably
What
should've
size do
gone
we
big-
go to?
3/4. I probably should have gone bigger. I'm not sure why I went so
3/4.
small.
I would have just aimed for something roughly geometric. So he bet what, 4.3 into a pot of 5.7?
Yeah.
So 4.3 into a pot of 5.7. After we call, it's going to be 8.6, 14.3. So 14.3 would be full pot. So raising this to 18 is going to be full pot. 18.6 is full pot. I'd probably go something like 130-ish. And then jam river for around 130%.
Yeah, I don't always do the geometric bet sizing thing. That's a really big, even if he has ace king, he's gonna probably fold that to the size that big. He would probably call.
He might fold ace king to that size, but he's gonna look at ace king and go, "Fuck, what do I do now?" Right? Like it's gonna be a really tough spot with ace king, which is kind of what I'm after. I'm making him indifferent because when I take this line with, let's say, well, I don't really play a flatting range here, but I'm just trying to guess off of reasonable flatting hands. So when I take this line with something like 5-4 suited,
Yeah.
I want him to look at his ace king and go, "God damn it, what do I do now?" Right?
Yeah.
That exact same reaction. So I'm pretty much just trying to put him in that tough indifference-like spot with ace king.
Yeah. With this particular hand, I'm just trying to get value. So I think that I messed up, and I definitely should have gone bigger. But I'm definitely not jamming a brick turn because I want value. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean, jamming a brick river?
Yeah. So let's
Oh,
say
absolutely jamming a brick river, 100%. In it goes.
Yeah, I want him to call. That's the thing. So let's say
He's gonna have ace 9 off pure here, right? He's gonna have ace 9 suited pure here. Potentially some 10-9. No, that probably bets flop. But some ace 9, some ace 10, some ace 3 suited here, pretty much pure. He's got tons of 2-pair,
So let's say I go 18 or 19 here. He calls. So the river's I don't know, a 2 of clubs, and I overbet jam the river. So
love it.
What if he's always folding ace king and only calling 2-pair plus? Are you still jamming the river every time?
I'm trying to think of what his range looks like, but I'm gonna say yes. Yes, actually. Yeah, 100%. Still jamming river.
Yeah, I just really want the call. That's the thing.
I mean, hang on. I can actually check. One sec. I think I was actually running a subset today of spots in Pio for, I think it was button versus small blind, even though it's a pretty narrow range. Button versus small blind flat. 1 second. Button versus small blind. Do I have 10-9-3? What was this? This was 10-9-3.
Rainbow.
10-9-4. Two-tone 10-9 deuce rainbow. Do we have pocket deuces in the small blind flatting range ever in this spot? 1 second. We do. Okay. Hang on. I'll just try to show you a general example. 1 sec. I'm gonna leave the call and join it on my computer so that I can share my screen. 1 sec.
All right.
Wait, guys, is it finished or
What's that?
it is finished?
No, he's just he's showing me something.
Okay.
I just fired it up on my computer. Fingers crossed this is gonna hold decently well with my Wi-Fi. But can you see this?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is 10-9 deuce rainbow. Button versus small blind flat. Okay, sad tennis man.
Hey.
So button versus small blind flat. Range check flop. Right. Let's say he checks back turn. We get a turned what? Ace of.
I was ace.
Ace
bringing
suited
up
to the
flush.
3. Ace suited to the 3. So we're gonna go ace of diamonds, right?
Yeah.
So let's say we check here. Deuces high frequency overbet, mainly going 2x pot, some checking, right? But we're pretty much just playing
Yeah.
2x pot or check, which makes sense, right? Because we're just betting strong hands, pretty much 2 pair plus.
Yeah, but
Or checking.
I did check. So
Checking's reasonable. It's a very low frequency play, but it's reasonable. And then if he goes for a bet, he went for something like 2/3, right?
he went
Half
2/3.
pot.
3/4.
3/4,
3/4.
yeah, this size-ish. So I actually only have one raise size here, but hang on. I only have a 120 raise. Let me run a sum tree real quick. This should just take a couple of seconds. Okay. I'm going to give us out of position on the turn a 30, 50, 70, one, let's say pots, 130, 2x pot and a jam as turn raise sizes. Hang on. Just delete all of this, build tree. Okay, go. I'm just gonna run this a little bit. Let's say 0. I don't know. We'll see. This shouldn't take very long. Just give me 1 sec. Let me cancel something over here. It should be pretty quick. 4.6. I'll let it run to something like 0.1 maybe. 0.8. There you go. I just want to give it a few turn raise size options to see what it's mainly going for. 0.28, 0.23, come on. 0.2.
So wait, what were we doing this for? The river jam to see what he would call?
No,
it or
this is
something?
for our turn raise sizes. But so here, hang on. So this is just rerunning the turn with some more raise sizes.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're checking it very low frequency, but it's in there like 3% of the time with a specific suit combo. So we'll just use that as a proxy. If we check and he goes for 3/4, right? Our only raise size here is 130 actually. Hey, nailed it. 130, which is roughly geometric. And it's higher EV than any other raise size by around 1/100th of a big blind, so 0.01 PB. But that's the other raise sizes that are in the realm. You know, the smaller ones are much lower EV. And if we do raise and he calls, Ace King is already indifferent on the turn, right?
Right.
Ace King is folding some low frequency
Yeah.
and mainly calling. And then
Well, I
if
think
we
it-
get a river, let's say a 3, so the
I
5
think a
4
human-
down.
Humans
Yeah.
pure calling ace king. I don't think a human's ever folding ace king on the turn.
Possibly. And then jamming, definitely clear highest EV line on the river for roughly geometric, 140. And he's pure folding ace king. He's folding some of his 2 pair already, right? Ace deuce, which is top and bottom, is already indifferent. So he's folding some 2 pair.
So this is the thing. So people aren't calling king 10, queen 10, jack 10. They're just not doing it. What
King
else
10,
is
queen
there?
10, jack 10 calls sometimes,
10,
but then ace
10,
deuce,
9.
right, which is in there at a higher frequency, also folds sometimes. 10, 9's indifferent.
Yeah. See, that's
If you
the
look
thing,
at
though.
this, hang on, I can node lock this 1 second.
Yeah, but I want to see what happens when you fold all those.
So if I lock this node, hang on, let me pull this up. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to say instead, I'm just gonna say he's gonna call more linearly. So what I'm
Take
gonna
out
do
all
is I'm gonna,
Take out all the single pair.
yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take all of his 2-pair plus.
And
So
pure
hang
call
on,
it.
select none, 2-pair, set straights, and I'm gonna say he pure calls all of his 2-pair plus.
Yeah, I think we should make him fold ace king because I'm not so sure that he's gonna call ace king.
Well, ace king folds pure already, right? But I'm
Yeah.
gonna say 2-pair plus is going to call pure, and then I'm
Yeah.
going to say that all of his 1-pair hands, like top pair, low pairs, under pairs, all of this,
All fold.
I'm gonna say all of this is going to fold pure. Hang on, fold pure. Is that, why did that not do it for 10-6? Oh, because that's basically never in range. Okay. Why is this not doing it for, oh, because Jack 10's never in range. Yeah, the only suit of Jack 10 he has is Jack 10 of diamonds, which folds pure ready. But if I do save and close this, right, the reason it's showing Jack 10 is calling at this frequency is just a bit of a visual bug. Hang on, I might be able to show it differently. Can I, if I, 1 second. Yeah, here we go, bars width proportional to weight. Because the reason it was showing that is because some of the 0.0001% of Jack 10 of clubs of solver noise that called turn was calling river. But the only Jack 10 he gets here with is Jack 10 of diamond, and that's a pure fold.
Oh.
So if we run this,
So what's the easy of a jam? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just run it to, this is a river spot, I'll say 0.05, something like that.
So when it's 0.01, that's 1 big blind per 100, right?
0.01. Well, the thing is, in my sim, 1 is, like, my sim is multiples of 1,000, right? So 100 in my sim is 1 big blind.
Oh, like positive 100?
Yeah, like 100 equals 1 big blind in my sim. So, you know, let's say I opened button and got a call from the big blind and the pot was 5.5 in game, right? For example, right? In my sim, the pot would be 550.
Okay, so like
it's multiplied up 100.
So if you run this, like the sizings for the river jam with my hand, so you'll be able to tell me like what the big blind per 100 would be or whatever.
What the difference would be, yeah. So if I look at this on the river, given the node lock of him always calling 2-pair, then bottom set is jamming pure, and strategy plus EV, it is worth an additional, the next highest EV action is actually a check, assuming he bluffs sufficiently here.
Which he probably isn't.
No, and a check is worth 2.2 big blinds per 100 less. Any other bet size, the next best bet size is betting 70%, and that's losing 11 big blinds per 100.
Really?
Right.
What about like even a block is less, huh?
A block is even less than betting 70%. So it just goes to show you he doesn't need to call really worse than 2-pair here.
Yeah.
For it to be printing to, you know, go big on the turn geometric and then just jam river and get called by all of the worst 2-pair.
Huh, yeah. That's interesting. How much big blind per 100 was it, the difference between jam
Versus what?
Jam and 70%?
11 big blinds per 100, 11.2. So that's going to be per hand 0.112 big blinds per big blinds.
So that's like an extra 10%.
In terms of a percentage of pot, the pot on the river was what, 51.84, and we're losing 11.24. 11.24 divided by 5184 times 100. So you're losing 0.21% pot.
And I
That's
don't think
interesting.
that's right. I think you're comparing the 100 hands version versus the 1 hand version. So
Well, as a fraction of pot, it's going to be the same, right? Oh, wait, no, because I have percentage of pot marked down here. Sorry. You're right.
What?
Yeah.
in terms of an error in percentage of pot, it's going to be 0.11 divided by 51, which is and that's going to be 0.2%. Not
No, in terms of an error in percentage of pot, it's going to be 11% pot, because that's what you reminded me of, Sad Tennis Man. A couple of weeks ago, I switched my Pio view, so it's actually displaying EVs in percentage of pot.
I gotcha. Okay.
So jamming river is actually worth 131.35% of pot, because he's going to call, right? So the pot's going to be bigger. So it's actually...
So if alright, so like in game, let's say I take this exact line, which I very well could. So the geometric turn bet size, the big one.
130, right? Roughly in that realm. Yeah, 30%.
So honestly, if I took this line and this was the river, the 3, and it's on me, I would honestly probably block this river, just trying to get some extra value out of this guy.
If we blocked versus a guy who's going to call all of his 2 pair, that's going to be losing 12.44% pot. So divided by 100 times 51.84 divided by 100. So it's going to be losing 6.45 bigs.
Well, that's the thing though. But when I bet big on the turn, he's calling more than 2 pair. So that's why I'm blocking the river, because I'm getting called by worse than 2 pair. You know what I mean?
If you're, versus a block on the river, in theory, he should be calling. Hang on, let me get rid of this.
So yeah, can you get rid of the node locks and see, like, can you do the block size and then the jam size?
Sure, I can get rid of the node locks. Hang on. Let me... 1 second. River 3 versus a jam.
Oh, actually, maybe that wouldn't even be worth it, because he's still calling the jam. You know what I mean?
But if he does...
It wouldn't even matter.
Yeah. The issue is, it's kind of hard to check, because the sizes is never used, right? On the river, we're just playing jam or check.
Right, yeah.
Because we're polar enough. But if you do use a block, this strategy that's displaying here, what it effectively means is this strategy is sufficiently good enough from villain to discourage us from playing a block strategy.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to dive into this deeper, you've got to make some assumptions on what the villain strategy is actually going to be against a block.
Yeah,
right.
A block would be a lot more profitable if the villain is overcalling and never bluffing.
Although the fact...
Yeah,
No. So Tennis Man, we have pocket deuces, we have bottom set. We want him to bluff jam us here.
Well, I don't think that's ever happening. Not versus the big turn raise. I mean, he could. Well, I don't know. He definitely could.
Sorry. For context, you're right, said Tennis Man. If our blocking range will gain EV if he's not bluff raising sufficiently versus our block, but our hand specifically deuces will lose EV if he's not bluff raising sufficiently versus block.
Yeah,
in that range.
He definitely could be bluff jamming too, so I guess I don't know. It's very close. I think it's closer. Just because I choose the smaller sizes on the river, I don't think it's a mistake, like a punt or anything.
It can or cannot be a punt depending on how you define his ranges.
Right.
That's the beautiful thing about poker, right? He can be doing everything's a strategy pair, right? He could take a certain strategy that makes a certain line better for you. Like, it's always possible. It's just a question of what are the odds that he's taking that strategy.
Yeah, that's the thing. The way I'm constructing the ranges, it does make sense, but it's something I definitely could be working on. Well, something that I'll learn more in the future. But yeah, it's definitely interesting. I think definitely I should have gone bigger here.
I like it. I like going bigger.
Yeah, I agree. I think 18 or 19 is definitely better. Because if he's calling 15, he's calling 19 or 18, I think.
If he's an elastic, it's even more just go bigger. Jam! Jam, do it! Come on!
No, I definitely
Oh.
didn't. So I went for the block, the bigger block here. I think I should have gone bigger than this. I think this is too small. I think like if I'm gonna be trying to get value from ace X, I think I have to go like maybe 3/4. I think jam's too big.
Well, Jam is maximizing the amount of money you make versus certain regions of his range, right?
Yeah,
Like, if you assume he only ever has 2-pair, for example, Jam is clearly the best size.
yeah. I think I should have gone probably like 3/4 pot. Or
What
at
did he
least
have? He
half.
had ace jack.
Yeah, I think that was too small. It was way too small. I think I should have gone like 3/4.
I mean, ace jack is definitely folding to a jam, right? So
Oh,
that
yeah,
hand
for sure.
specifically, you maximize your EV versus that hand.
Yeah, for sure.
But-
And he could have other aces too. He could have ace 5, ace 7, ace 8.
Ace Jack is
Good.
snap calling a 3/4 pot size bet.
I mean, even a half pot. I think the third was just a little too small. I don't know.
What would you do on, like, say, a Jack of Hearts river?
A jack of hearts river.
Yeah, what would you do with the threes here?
What would I do? That's a good question. Probably jack of heart river. That's a shit river.
Because that's where I'm losing most of my money, on those dirty rivers.
Why is that a dirty river?
I mean, it just brings in the flushes and the straights, doesn't it? Now
Oh, Jack of Hearts.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
yeah.
was thinking Jack, and I was okay. The straight is irrelevant, right? Because when if we raise to a big size on the turn, like 130%, he can't call
Yeah.
king queen versus that.
So the only straights he has are the heart,
The hard versions of the straight,
Almost,
right? So
yeah,
it's really
so-
the flush getting there. That's the
yeah. So you're
Good
just
factor.
worried about the flush. So the thing is if you block. So I think blocking is very reasonable. I don't think I'm ever going bigger than like. So like if it was a jack river, I would consider doing like 10 or 20% pot, and then calling anything that's not an all-in. But the problem with doing that is you're probably getting a little more value from aces, but you're losing a lot more when he raises you. So I think a jack river, I'm just checking, and I'm just gonna lose value when he has an ace, and then I'm gonna lose less when he has a flush. If that even makes any sense.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm-
You just take the passive lane, right?
I don't
Just hope
know.
for the best.
It's definitely a tricky spot because he could definitely be calling the check raise with his flush draws, like no doubt about it.
Yeah, that's the
And,
issue. I think if the river was like a brick jack, like let's say a jack of diamonds, I'm still just jamming. But if the river comes like a jack of hearts, it's a much tougher spot because all of the flushes get there, and then I like the block. I think a block is good.
Now that I think of it, yeah, I think the pure block is good. So if you go like 20% on the river, you can fold to a lot of raises. So I don't think he's ever bluff raising. Like, I don't think a human's bluff raising that river very often. I mean, sure, some people do, but
That is
I don't
an
think it's.
extremely dangerous assumption.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't.
You gotta be
I-
careful,
Pretty
JR.
sure
We
in
have
this pool, people attack blocks.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a tricky situation, the jack on the river.
You gotta be careful, JR. We have sad tennis men the station who just joined us.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think the block is good
I'm
on
just
the river.
teasing.
Oh, I think you're gonna find you're gonna get bluffed by a lot of single heart hands if you block river, and you're just gonna you have to consider. Yeah,
I don't know. I couldn't take a side on that river. I think I like the block on the heart river, but then versus a raise, I just want to acknowledge the fact that we're bluff catching, right? Like versus a raise, we are bluff catching. It's a question of is he over or under bluffing?
So I think it
Right.
depends. it depends on the raise size too.
Yeah, like
if
what
it-
would your call be? Like
I'm
if
not,
say
I'm
he
not
raised
even sure if
50%.
it's over or under bluffing. It's also where are we in our range?
I mean, no, it is over or under bluffing, right? Because with pocket threes, we're bluff catching. We don't have any relevant blockers, really.
Yeah, so if I
So
block,
it's just a straight up bluff catch.
if I block the Jack of Hearts river and he jams, I'm just gonna fold.
I
Yeah.
would player dependently fold.
I'm always tank calling there and killing and hating my life afterwards.
Just because you have a strong hand doesn't mean you have to call.
There's
But
no
your hand
boundary.
is the point is your hand is irrelevant, right? Because he's never raising anything that is worse than your hand unless it's a bluff, right?
Right.
So you're either losing to his value or you're beating his bluff and you don't block either because he's going to have no bluffs and no value that has a 3 in it.
And I think
Yeah, I like
most
that.
of the time, if you get raised on a Jack river, I think much more often it's gonna be a flush. I
Can you scroll back slightly?
I don't
I just
think
want to
enough.
see this. I just want to see the stack size on the river. Okay, so yeah, let's say it was this scenario, right? Let's say you go for a block, you bet, let's say 11 big blinds,
I
right?
would do like 7, but it doesn't really matter.
Right. Let's say you bet 11 and then he jams.
I'm folding every time.
So if you bet 11 and he jams, he's going to be jamming what 75 into a pot of 86 times 2. Plus.
You'll need to be right about 40% of the time.
Sure. Thank you, Sentence Man. The math whiz is here. 40%
So
of the
I-
time, right? So if he's bluffing sufficiently for you to be right 40% of the time, then it's going to be a profitable call.
Yeah,
And if he's
so
not, then it's not.
I don't think we're gonna be good there 40% of the time. I really don't. Versus most people and the games I play in. Even on ACR, I still feel like we're not going to be good enough to be able to call there.
I think you're more likely to be good in this pool than you are on ACR.
I
ACR
think, yeah,
You got a bunch
Yeah.
of spazzes in this pool.
yeah. People do some wild stuff in this pool. It's pretty crazy.
I wouldn't
Just
be
give me-
surprised if, occasionally people show up with, valuing themselves with 2-pair.
This pool's full of fish, but it's very weird. It plays way different than ACR. Like, just because it's full of fish doesn't mean like you're gonna be absolutely crushing the games. It's very, very strange ecosystem here. It's actually very pretty difficult.
Yeah, because like theoretically sound bluffs there. It's very hard for him to arrive with a heart on that river. So I think a lot of his theoretically sound bluffing range would be stuff like, I want to say, Ace King with the King of Hearts and the like. That could turn itself into a bluff versus a block on that
Yeah.
river. And I don't know if players are capable of that.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm never finding
I
that
think
bluff.
I'm finding that one against the block.
I mean,
Really?
yes, but versus you, I'm going to call threes in the frequency.
That's fair enough.
Versus pool, will I though, right? Like, it's different.
I don't think enough people are able to find it though. All right, what the hell happened here?
I mean, you can. Hey, unfortunately, you've got to call some of these hands in order to get a database on it. But you can start building out some, or I guess you don't even if you go back and look at the hand histories later. You can.
Oh yeah, I should check that actually. It'd probably take too long to do it right now, but. Oh no, I mean I wasn't in that spot, but I had a similar spot from the other night that I really wanted. I've been thinking a lot about it.
Tennis man, out of curiosity, is there a way to bulk download hand histories from Ignition? Like your past hand histories?
You can only do it up to 7 days in past. But
Can you like bulk download 7 days in the past? Like, can you like click one button and download all of them or something?
Yeah,
Or is it one
yeah.
by one?
It's
Oh,
very easy. It's very easy.
well, do it, guys. Start downloading them more.
I download mine every day.
Yeah,
Good.
I do too.
Do it. Important.
Oh, okay. So this one, so the ace-4, I got kind of an interesting flop. Like I really don't have much to worry about here. I feel like so I check, and then like the 10, I What do you think about checking again here? Because you're really not. I feel like don't have much to worry about. There's no flushes. I'm blocking some straight draws, some straight outs.
I don't mind a check. I don't mind a
Yeah,
half pot bet, something like that.
I went for the check with this particular hand.
Definitely don't mind it. It's also a spot where he, river dependent, can't bluff all of his air, all of his non-showdown. So it's going to be a pretty attractive bluff catching spot.
This is a card that he could be buffing a lot on, I feel like, though. Not sure what I'm getting. Not sure what I'm getting value from here, but I feel like I probably should bet. I don't know.
Tons of 10x, tons of under pairs. You chop with all ace-x pretty much because most of ace-jack plus will 3-bet pre. So
yeah, it wouldn't have felt right to take the check line and not value bet the river.
slam dunk valid bet for sure.
I wish there was more 3-bet pots in this pool, and then I could go through what I'm thinking about in those, but they're just not doing it. You're not getting 3 and 4 bet very often here.
We're trying to make it happen, 3-betting the ace-queen suited. Let's see if we get some. Ooh, cold call, spicy.
This is the shit that happens. I think this other guy called too.
Ooh, do we get a call by the original raiser, or is he going to jam? That really suck. Oh, okay.
So what are you thinking?
Range bet. Range bet 1/3, 100%.
Do we multi-way?
100%.
I do like.
I can get behind that, yeah.
I do like the range bet with this particular hand on this particular board, just to try to see a turn card. You know what I mean?
No,
I don't.
No, that a range bet means I don't care what cards you have. You're betting turn, you're betting flop, you're betting turn, and you're winning way more hands.
Wait, you're betting turn 2 with range, or range barreling turn?
Yes.
These guys have all sorts of king.
Okay, that's spicy. I actually don't hate it. I wouldn't range barrel turn, but I would barrel turn pretty high frequency.
These guys have so much king X in range.
Do
It's
they?
a problem.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
I'd expect this to be a lot of pocket pairs, a lot of, nines through jacks type.
No, they're not cold
Ace,
calling.
sevens.
They're not cold calling just pocket pairs. They have everything. They have ace king. They have
I don't like
everything.
this flop check. I do not really like this flop check. Oh god, now I hate this.
You gotta range bet it. This is a punt.
I wouldn't say a punt, but I don't like it.
Yeah, I think, with this particular hand, I think it's a good range bet, but these guys have all sorts of king X. I've seen it.
I don't see that much king X, but some, yeah.
Yeah, they have the most ridiculous hands. It's just outrageous.
How did we end up re-weighing a 14 big blind pot on the left?
That's a good question. We
so. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's put it this way, JR. The reason the cold calling is bad is because they don't have the right range on especially this board. The only way you can punish that is by keeping the initiative. If you check, you are no longer taking advantage of their cold calling range.
Well, cold calling isn't just bad for that reason. Cold calling is also bad because they're cold calling when you have 2 players left to act with entirely uncapped ranges and can get jammed on so easily when you're super capped because you're never cold calling aces. And it is really bad for that reason too.
They do cold call aces. They have ace king, they have aces, they have pocket kings, they cold call everything. I swear to God, their range is completely open. They have all of that. They're not just cold calling.
Yeah.
They're not just cold calling pocket sixes, pocket sevens, pocket eights. They literally are cold calling pocket aces, pocket kings, ace king. They have stupid hands. They have king 5 suited. They have everything. My
read on cold call range is very specific. It is always pocket jacks 100% of the time.
Well, on this site specifically, there's so many nits in this pool. That's the problem.
So JR, let's go through that. If they have king 5 suited, and they also have ace jack suited, ace 9 suited, they also have queen 7 suited, they have so much that they still can't defend properly against a range bet. Yeah, so sometimes they'll have king five suited and you lose a pot. That's okay. The point is, when they have the junk, you need to take the pot away.
Well, alright, I hear what you're saying. So, hang on. Let's get to the flop. So, the pot's 22, so we bet a third, alright? Let's say we bet a third and the button calls. So now the pot's, what, gonna be like 40? Or no, 37? So when the pot's 37, what are you betting on the turn? Half pot?
What's the turn?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, he calls and turns a brick. Let's say the turn's like a 2 of diamonds. So, very awkward SPR on the turn.
Half pot seems reasonable.
Yeah, but also, the SPR is so low on the river, it's just very awkward. So if you bet half on the turn, the river's gonna be, I mean...
You just you bet a third on flop, you bet half to 3/4 on turn, and then you just give up rivers, and it's fine.
I think I give up river, yeah. I give up river as well for the most part.
Especially in this pool, they tend to overcall flop, but in this case they'll underdefend, but they still overcall flop and they undercall turn and they underfold rivers. So
I tend to agree. You also got to consider the fact that if they have a very wide and weak range that they're bringing to the flop, right, it's also going to carry over somewhat to the turn where they're going to have way too many marginal hands that are going to really struggle to defend versus a double barrel, right?
Yeah.
Like if they're cold calling stuff like, 10-9 suited and all of this crap, which makes sense if they're cold calling king 5 as well, it's going to really struggle to defend versus a double barrel.
100%. So you get called on the turn, you just give up and move to the next hand, but you will take this down so much with 2 barrels. You'll take it all down a lot on the flop, and you'll take it down a lot on the turn.
The double barrel is probably my favorite line, but I disagree. I'm not range barreling turn. That sounds insane to me.
Yeah,
Well,
I think even range betting flop, and it's not range barreling turn. It's only range barreling turn when you have some equity. I don't care about what the turn is with this particular hand. I'm betting the turn on every card.
I mean, even with no equity, I could get behind barreling something like ace 5 on the turn, somewhat.
Sure, that's
But
fine.
yeah, maybe I'll start giving that a try again. I have tried it before. So here's an example I had once. So, similar pot. I was on the button. I raised from the cutoff. Or no, yeah, cutoff raised. I 3-bet from the button. He called. All right, so let's say it's the same flop. So king 10 6. I had like ace queen or something. I bet the flop. He called. I bet like a third on the flop. He called. So the turn was a brick. It was like a 2 of diamonds, and then I bet like 60 to 70% on the turn, and he called again. And then the river was like a brick. It was like another 2 or something like that. And I'm like, this guy is just not going to fold. So I checked, and he had 6-7 offsuit. He literally had bottom pair, and he called two barrels.
that'll happen sometimes.
I'm dead serious. Like the guy literally called a 70% turn bet.
It'll happen sometimes.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's perfectly fine.
I mean, it's tilting as hell, but yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, maybe I'll give it a try again. I was trying to do that for a little while, and then
I think in general the context of they can have a hand in isolation is tough to use because you also have to keep in mind all of the hands that they can have if they have that hand.
It's seeing monsters under the bed syndrome, right?
Yeah, I think king 5 suited is a perfect example. If you think that they have king 5 suited, then their range is so wide that they can't possibly defend enough. And yeah, when they have king 5 suited, they'll win 50 big blinds from you. That's fine.
Or like 10-9 suited. I just don't think they're gonna fold to a double barrel, even if they don't.
I think they do fold 10-9 suited to a double barrel. I disagree with you there.
And if they're calling double barrels with 10-9 suited, you have so much equity against that hand. It's fine.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
there's also the consideration that if they're calling double barrels with 10-9 suited, you're going to print so much with your king X.
Yep, exactly.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's true.
This is where the whole range versus range problem, right?
Range versus range, fun side.
Well, you can't put these guys on a range. That's the thing. But I
You
hear
can
you.
try to.
I mean,
It's
you're
not.
putting when you say they have king five suited and whatnot. So I'm checking. You're putting them on a range.
Well, they
You're just-
also have pocket aces too, so they literally have everything.
Yeah, but that's a range, right?
That's their,
Yeah.
Any two cards is a range.
right. But
Yeah.
the problem is you're saying they could have pocket aces, so they must have pocket aces this time. So I'm going to check and fold.
No, I don't think that. I'm just saying they definitely have all that.
But when you check here, you're giving up. You're not check calling. Check calling would be the worst possible thing you can do.
I think
Yeah,
check calling's
that's-
fine versus
that's-
one player from a small bet.
That's why I was saying, like, I think I agree. I definitely should have bet the flop, I think, because I want to see what the turn brings.
Actually,
But-
I want to dig in on that, Dan. Why is check calling okay? Are you leading turns? Are you check
Yeah,
calling
I'm-
a queen, an ace, a jack?
I'm check calling because I expect tons of give ups on turns, and I have a backdoor nut flush draw, gut shot, and the nut nothing. I am not folding this versus a single small bet from one of these
Well,
players.
you're also
So you're bluffing the river when check two, if he checks it all the way down.
In some scenarios, yeah.
I just feel like check calling is getting yourself in trouble where you're gonna be check calling against a 6 and a 10 too much and then losing.
Yeah, but we have
Yeah,
tons of
like-
equity versus a 6 and a 10 regardless. If they bet 1/3 with a 10, we have equity to continue.
Yeah, I think they
You're right.
I think they do stab
Like,
and
I-
give up
For
sometimes.
context, I do think betting is a superior option to check calling, but I think check calling will
Yeah.
be plus EV. It's better than check folding.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear you. I agree, but I think betting is definitely better. Yeah,
Yeah, I agree with that.
but so I saw 5 big blind. I saw this guy. This guy calls. Original limper calls. I get king 2. I think it's reasonable to bet this.
Half pot.
Oh,
I
it's
checked.
tough because you're out of position versus two players, so it's kind of close.
Yeah, I checked. I don't really like check. I'm not sure why I did that, but I probably to see this because a lot of the time they do stab really small. And
I don't mind a check. I also, if I do want to bet, I like kind of half pot, like Tennis Matt said, because I want to bet some size that puts their pocket pairs in a weird spot.
It was like you were saying too, because they do stab the flop and then give up on the turn a lot of the time too. So I mean, I was probably thinking that in game to see what he would do on the turn.
Any consideration for a check raise on the flop?
No, not on king deuce.
I think I like lead best, check raise better, check raise second, check call third.
Yeah, I think if he bets the turn, I'm just gonna fold. I really just wanted to see.
I'm sensing a theme, Tennis Man. You like aggression.
Yeah, I mean you just take control of your
Yep.
own fate.
I do like it.
Yeah.
I like it though. I think check raising is definitely an interesting option because when he bets this small, he's mainly saying, you know, I have pocket nines and I want some equity now from your overcard. It's not that he has a king, right? So when he bets that small,
I'm not like super passive, but what I'm starting to learn in this pool is that I don't need to be aggressive to make money off these guys. They literally just like donate it to me, and I don't know. It's something that I'm starting to lean towards as being passive in this pool. It seems to be working.
and check raises on this river could be spicy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I did here. Honestly, probably just checked, but
Wait, so we check called. Oh, we check called flop.
yeah.
Um,
and
I
he's
actually like a bluff.
I think he's gonna either check or bet really small if he doesn't have anything, or if he has something really weak.
No, but the thing is, when he has this small bet on the flop and then checks turn. Oh, I was gonna say pocket nines 100% of the time, and pocket threes is basically the same hand.
This
Yeah.
right here is an absolute disaster.
This is a disaster with him.
Absolute disaster.
Yeah. That's the reason, right? I think when he small bets flop, he has 90% of the time pocket threes through pocket, let's say tens, whatever, that are betting for equity denial, which really suffer versus the check raise. Will fold river likely to a river bet here, especially if you go upwards of 3/4. I could go anywhere from 3/4 to a jam here and get behind that.
What
Right.
worse hands are you check calling on the flop? Just curious, because if this is the worst hand you have, then you have to bluff the river.
No, I have plenty of other ace X I would check call. Because a lot of the time he has just like stupid 7-8.
What other ace X though? Because most of your other ace X will be backdoor flush draw ace X, right? Which
And also-
ace X of clubs gets here.
And also, how much weaker ace X are you 5xing preflop?
That's the
Yeah, that's
thing.
also
I'm
a
not.
consideration.
I'm not.
Like you
doing
might
that,
have some
probably.
ace
Yeah,
jack.
this might be my worst one. Yeah.
This is complete bottom of range for you right now.
Yeah, you're right.
You gotta
Yeah.
bet this.
I
Yeah,
also
I-
kind of disagree with you there. Maybe I've just been shifting so much to an exploitative mindset, but you don't need to bluff bottom of range if he never folds. I just think you do have tons of fold equity on this
Exactly.
river.
Yeah.
That's exactly the thing. These guys are.
Yeah.
These guys are so sticky with pairs. It's like.
But that's the thing. I think he does fold here. If you go for something between 3/4 to a jam, I think he folds those pocket threes. And I think most of his range is 3s through 9s.
3/4 is sufficient. You're never getting a 10 to fold. You might be getting a 4 to fold.
You could get a 10 to fold to a jam.
I'm not sure, but I think he might. I think it's 50-50. He calls pocket threes to 3/4, honestly.
I think if you go 3/4 and he has pocket threes with a club, he'll consider it, which is what he has, right? If he had pocket threes with no club, I think he folds every time.
Yeah, I think he's probably calling a lot of the time with pocket threes if I go 3/4.
I don't think that they're thinking this deeply in this, and that's another thing to keep in mind when.
Yeah, that's the thing. They look at their hand and they're like, I have a pair. You know, he might think like, oh, this line doesn't make any sense or something. He's just like, they call. They're so sticky. It's just sickening.
So, JR, if you're in this guy's hand position and you have pocket threes, let's go through what happened here. You're on the big blind, small blind 5x. Are you calling?
No, not to a 5x. Not when this guy only has 25 big blinds.
Really?
And I have less implied odds.
Why are you calling tennis man?
I'm not expecting the short stack to jam on me, so yeah, I'm calling.
So
versus
if
a
this guy
5x from the small blind, no, I'm not calling. Versus a 5x, no way. Way too big.
Oh,
versus
I
a
don't think
3x, I call.
I don't think it's bad to flat a pocket pair to a 5x in this situation because I don't think he's jamming very often. So I don't think it's bad. It's just like a little bit too expensive for me. When this guy is so short, it's less implied odds.
I guess where I was getting at is if you get to the river with pocket threes in this way and someone bets 3/4 on that board, are you calling or are you folding?
With a club, I'm probably calling because it just
Really?
doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Really?
Because are you really betting 3/4 with a 10 on the river?
Yeah.
3/4 on the river with a 10, no, I'd likely block. But
On a flush draw board?
I don't know.
On a
Maybe
flush-
JR's calling. If I had pocket threes in his shoes, I'm sighing and going, do I think this guy's going to overbluff this spot? I'm thinking through his range and I'll make a decision player dependent.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't think
But I think it's close.
I don't think he's betting 3/4 with a 10 ever. Literally ever. Not on the flush board. So he's representing a boat or a flush.
Boat or a flush of which you can have a decent amount of.
He
Some
can,
king X, maybe.
but when I have
Maybe
a club
he
in my
checks
hand, it makes me more inclined to call.
Okay.
Because I don't think he ever has a 10 ever.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, then we can
Oh.
go for some smaller size, let's say half pot. And if he folds all of his pocket pairs with no club, we're printing.
He's not though. They're so sticky. I just really don't think he
I
is.
mean, going back to the flop play, I think the fact that he can have pocket threes and the hand can play out this way is why you can't be checking the flop.
Or check calling it. I don't mind a check raise.
So yeah, I agree. I think I definitely should have bet this flop. I'm not really sure why I checked.
Or as Dan said, check raising is also valuable because you play your kings can either play as a bet flop or as a check raise flop. So that means that you can pull in things like this to balance it out.
I think you'd have to raise big is the problem. I don't think he's folding a small pocket pair to a small raise. That's the thing.
Oh man, then I hope you're always check raising a king X. And check raising massive and getting it all in if you don't think he's ever folding pocket threes.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think of that. Because if I had a king, I'm just going to pure small bet the flop. But yeah, I didn't think of that. That's a good point, actually, because these guys are super sticky.
So
I mean,
if
yeah,
I-
look at it that way. Whatever lines they're sticky in, bet all of your value and take all of it in those lines.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I never thought of that. That's interesting.
You can, yeah. It's. I don't think it quite works out as purely as you think it is, like because you don't
Well, that's
think
a good.
you don't think too
That's
much
a
about the hands where they fold. But you think
yeah.
a lot
Well,
about the one or two times someone calls you down with a pocket pair because it's tilting as all get out.
They are tilting. They stick in your mind. They stick in my mind too.
But you then overrepresent them in your anticipated behavior and
Yeah.
range.
And you need to try to avoid doing that exactly.
Yeah.
yeah. I don't have much. I mean, yeah. I think they're sticky, but it's not like I have like huge amounts of data on that. So.
It is
So
definitely a
I-
memory bias as well. I mean, how I showed Tom one hand, I want to say 2 months ago, where I got stationed really hard, and I still vividly remember every detail of that hand. It's just a memory bias, right?
Yeah, it's hard because the anonymous pool.
And until you have the database where you can go through and actually start making some real
Assumptions.
real like data driven assumptions. Also, I think in these pools, it is very different when these pools are 20 people deep, during the day versus when they're 50 to 100 people deep on Friday and Saturday nights. They play very differently.
Usually softer in the bigger pools, is that what you're saying?
Much softer.
Yeah.
When it's
Yeah.
sub 50 people, you probably have, 30 to 40, decent players in the pool.
Yeah, there's no decent players in this pool. They're all a bunch of losers.
I can tell you, I know 5 or 6 people that are very good at playing these pools.
There are good players in this pool, but very few, very very few.
I-
Like
There are some at least.
sometimes you'll get like the 5-bet jam from the small blind when I'm in the button, and he'll have like pocket tens or pocket jacks, and but like overall, there's not much 3-betting in this pool. It's very rare. I should go through my database and I could share some stats with you. Like my average 3-bet, the times I get 3-bet, it's so rare. It just very rarely happens. I wish there were a few more good players in this pool, so when I had fucking pocket aces, I could actually get a pot going before the flop, but it just never happens. Because it's like people with cold calling 3-bets, it's like I just never get that when I have pocket aces because nobody's ever raising.
Well, it also makes sense, right? When you have pocket aces, they're less likely to have ace X, so they're less likely to continue. Pocket aces have like luck to continue.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about getting 3-bet in general. Maybe they don't, I don't know. It's very frustrating.
Ace queen, let's see if
Oh,
we get some action from that one.
I think this was the ace-4 that was... I
Alright.
had it... Yeah, this... Oh, yeah.
Ooh, and flop the nuts simultaneously. Fun one. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't mind. Oh, he leads. Ooh, spicy raise.
Oh, yeah, definitely raising this. And then the ace-4, I'm at a frequency 4-betting this.
4-bet, call, fold if the guy's in net. I don't mind. Take some action.
Is ace 4 a 4-bet here?
Yeah.
It's likely a 3-way mix. Maybe it's just a pure caller 4-bet and folding's a bit too tight, but it's going to be
ranges
close
do you
anyway.
use? Do you use the 50 or the 200? Or the 500?
This is the 50.
Okay.
Whatever. It's going to be close
Oh,
anyway.
yeah. I guess it is
Okay.
different.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So when I was studying the 500,
I don't think it's yeah, it's very.
It's going to be marginal regardless. I mean, if you look at the 50 and L ranges and look at the EV difference, it's going to be basically nothing.
So one of the things that I, as a heuristic, I noticed is that unless it's ace 5 and unless you're on the button, none of the other low suited aces are ever really 4-betting.
Oh, good heuristic.
I know it's 4
I'm
bet
always
somewhere.
overestimating how often ace 5, ace 4, ace 3, ace deuce want to 4-bet because I want to 4-bet.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't
Yeah.
remember where. It's 4-bet somewhere pretty often. Maybe it's first.
It's on the button.
Yeah.
Yeah, alright. So maybe I'm just confusing that with, other positions then.
Either way, the EV is going to be incredibly close, so it's not like it's a huge deal.
Yeah,
You just end up in more spots where you have a marginal ace against a better ace, and it's really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
yeah,
You got to remember when you're four betting, ace four, ace five, and you're getting called, and you hit an ace. It's not really good.
Yeah,
Right.
it's not
Well,
it's not so out there though that
not
there are
bad,
no
though.
exploitative reads that could make this a profitable four bet. It's
Sure.
just
I mean,
possible.
And
Yeah.
I think if you have the stats to say that they overfold to four bets, then
Yeah.
expanding your four bet range is great.
This is something I just tend to call in the realm of reasonable, right? Like this could be fine.
yeah, well, I don't know. This is 4-bet or fold for me, I guess, but maybe I'll, change that up a little bit in the future. So I raise small over here.
I might have gone a little bit bigger, but it's a fine size.
And then on the turn, it's really a shitty turn because it's like so obvious now what I have.
I think this is a great turn. Right? Isn't this a great turn because now he's got tons of queen X.
Yeah, his queen X is really happy here.
yeah. Okay, so this is exactly why I took this line that I did. So I bet the turn and
I don't like your small size.
No,
Yeah.
you gotta take advantage of queen X. You gotta start shoveling the money in.
The way I kind of view this,
You should be going geometric to get it in.
that's exactly what I was gonna say. I was gonna say geometric because the reason being, versus this spot, I think he has enough queen X where he only needs to defend queen X. So at this point, he's likely actually, versus how I perceive the flop donking range to be equity driven, I think he is just going to call down queen X. And he likely, in theory, given that range, should fold some queen X.
Right.
Right? And I don't think he does that, so I'm just trying to stack all of his queen X with ace queen, and that's it.
He's not donking, king 10, king jack, jack 10.
He potentially is, but if he is, he's not calling this down.
Ooh, but he's definitely not calling you down, but I think, the concern of going large is that you don't get value from the two pair of hands that donked. I don't
That's
think
the
they
thing.
donk as two pair of hands. I think they are more likely to donk queen 10 or jack queen than they are for jack 10.
yeah, I honestly
Jack 10.
Yeah, I honestly have no idea what his donking range here could be. It could be anything. Yeah, I think it makes sense that he could be donking a queen, especially with a small size here. I think if he had like king jack, I think he would probably be betting like maybe even pot. I think he would probably go bigger.
Yeah,
So
my
I
experience
think
with
it
the-
makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. The only read I really have for donking ranges is they're usually very equity driven. So this is either a strong made hand or it's a draw. It's never just gonna be some random hand, right? So
I think his strong.
size dictates which where you are.
Which
I
is
think
which.
people,
Yeah.
if someone had tens, for example, here, they're not donking to donk small. They're donking to get all the money in.
Yeah.
that's a
Yeah,
possibility as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. So yeah, I think I agree. Yeah, I think a big bet on the turn is probably better. Even a bigger bet here.
I just want to stack his queen X at that point.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I wasn't thinking that in game. I remember thinking that I had no idea what he had here. I think the turn bet I was just trying to get called by a king, but I really couldn't put him on a range, so I wasn't really sure.
Potentially some king X, but I don't think he calls that to any size on the turn really. Not even this one.
Yeah, I don't know. I think on the river he's not calling anything unless he has a queen, so I may as well just go for it. I don't know.
I like your jam. I would have just sized up turn.
Yeah, I like the size up on the turn too. And the bigger on the flop. I think it makes sense. I didn't think of it like that.
There's also a 6 spot here where I suspect, since he doesn't really have much ace queen, I think most players would even 3-bet ace queen off. right? And not really use that slice with it on the flop. You could maybe even just jam your ace queen and then try to jam all of your queen X to get them off of the chop, which might be kind of sick.
I don't think we're getting a queen to fold.
Well, then you're printing with ace queen because I think in that line he likely should fold some queens.
100%. That's why I think it's just. Did he end up folding? I missed the.
He did fold.
Yeah, he
Okay.
folded. I jammed and he folded. It was like a 2.5x jam or something like that.
Got it. Yeah, I think one of the reasons why you want to go geometric is so that you get more value on people that are calling turn for another draw. Was there another flush draw out there?
Yeah, so the turn had a flush draw. I think I definitely could have gone a little bigger, just because based on the flush draw.
Wait, if he always calls queen X, can we just jam turn?
You don't want to jam turn because you can go 3/4 and get more value from his. He also will call ace jack of clubs.
Does he call ace jack of clubs to a jam?
No.
Okay, then yeah, 3/4. Okay. Although if he calls all of his queen X, if he calls all of his queen X on the turn, maybe jam is profitable.
And 3/4 isn't right. If we want geometric to get it in, it's pot.
Yeah, but no. The point I'm trying to make is if we jam, he should likely fold some queen X on the turn, right? I doubt he can call all of his queen X theoretically. So, hang on, did my Wi-Fi die? No, right?
You're still there.
Okay, yeah. So if he does call all of his queen X, jamming ace queen might be profitable. As a completely unbalanced jam, no bluffs, just jam ace queen.
Got it. Yeah, I think that's right.
It's possible. If not, I think going big on it is fine too.
Yeah, I think, especially he's a short stack, so that's probably indicative that he's going to make some mistakes. I think just going pot is a nice, easy way to...
Oh, did JR's Wi-Fi just die?
Yeah, it looks like we lost him.
Maybe. Yeah, no, I think actually, I think Tom posted a daily dose of GTO on GTO Wizard the other day. That was a spot like that, actually, where it was like jamming the absolute nuts on the turn to get value from queen X on that 4 straight. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. 1 second. I might be able to find that spot. It was really, really sick. It was a cool one. Strategic domination? No, it wasn't this one. Oh, 3 rolling straights. I think this was the one. Hang on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Here, let me see if I can show the screen. This was really sick. I thought it was a really good one. This. Here. It was this spot where 500 an L right, cutoff opens, kings, big blind calls, ace queen 10, cutoff c bet small, big blind check raises, cutoff calls, turn jack of spades, and big blind shoves for 800% pot, right? Wait, is my Wi-Fi still okay?
What's the name of the guy that Doug Polk used to always rant about angling?
Alec Torelli?
Yeah, there you go. Alec Torelli posted a vid on YouTube about sick exploits once, and I remember watching this and thinking how obvious this was and not such an exploit, where it was a 4 straight board, and if you have the 4 straight Broadway board, and if you have it's ace king queen 10, and you have the jack of the club that's double the suit that's double suited, you can just jam for 1 billion times over pot, and then people can't even call you with a jack because you'd be free rolling them if you had the flush draw.
Yeah, that's exactly the spot, right? Like ace queen 10, bet check raise, turn jack. If you jam 800% pot, cutoff's only allowed to call kings when he has the club.
Yep, exactly.
Right.
It's pretty sick.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Just straights, no bluffs. Yeah, I think your Wi-Fi died.
Yeah, I had my foot on by the outlet. I unplugged my computer.
Oops.
Oh, I see.
It's starting up right now. I'm
We've all
almost.
been there.
Yeah, but yeah, that was the exact spot. So that was what I was kind of trying to apply, possibly failed to that hand, right? If he's calling all of his queen X, it's possible that jamming ace queen on the turn could be the line.
I've never seen that spot when it's not trying to exploit the free roll.
Yeah, but if he's never folding queen X, right? Oh, but I guess it's not explaining the free roll. You're right. Yeah, maybe it's just a big bet. I don't know. You might be right. I think big bet's fine anyway.
So I'm on my phone. My computer's almost started back up. We can try to get through this if you guys still want it.
No, I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah, I am too. I got to go to bed in the next 45 minutes to an hour. It's late for me, but
Yeah, it's like 5 a.m. here in Ireland.
Oh God, you're in Ireland. Poor you.
Yeah, man, I know. I'm a proper degen though, so I stay up this late usually. So,
5 a.m. and you're staying up this late. Jesus.
dude, this is like, this what you guys are doing for me right now is like, I can't put a price on it. Honestly, it's so useful. I'm so grateful. So there's no chance I'm
Really?
stopping. Yeah, really, dude, it's fantastic.
Welcome to the group.
Thank you so much.
I've got to sign off and go to bed. I got work in the morning.
all right.
Yeah, it's nice that you're enjoying it though, because I thought I was just talking shit all night.
No, dude, it's really fantastic. You guys are really I'm so tired I can't even think of a word to describe it. It's very nice.
Yeah, I was a little worried that you were like, aren't you recording it still?
I am, yeah.
I was like, man, this guy is probably pissed. He's like stuck recording this.
No, it's been running there for 2 hours. I'm not even sure if I've got the hard drive space, but let's see, huh?
All right, well,
We'll
have
take a
good
gamble
night,
on it.
I'll talk to you guys later.
See you, man.
Thanks, man.
Well, my computer's almost there. Give me another couple minutes and I should be back up. So you can record a session and we can review you next time if you want.
I mean, it'll be quite punty, but yeah, that would be fantastic. I'd love to hear some insight on the shit plays I'm making.
Yeah,
you got to talk to Waffle about it. Waffle's kind of the guy that created and runs the entire study group.
Yeah,
So he organizes when we watch people's recordings, when we do all of that stuff, you know. So talk to Waffle; he'll fit you in at some point. He's always looking for more session recordings, so sure he'll be happy.
And
to
it's
have you.
2NL as well, so I'm not sure if it's even useful for anybody
that's-
except
Oh,
for me.
we've watched every single stake. Don't worry.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. The reason why I'm doing another video is because we didn't have a video for anybody else, so I just did one a couple of weeks ago. But no one else had a video to submit, so I just did another one. All right, so I am back, so hang on, give me 1 second.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay, so all right, here we go.
Yes, can see it.
All right. I can't remember if there's any more, any more interesting spots. I'm sure there probably.
I mean, every spot is interesting when you think about it in a weird way.
Yeah, I know. We could just talk about anything. It like doesn't even matter. It's like, what do you think about this ace 10 as a call?
I think it's fine. I think 3 betting's also reasonable.
So this turn is obviously a check, but I think he checks back.
I don't mind betting turn.
Really?
We have an overcard. We have a blocker to clubs, right? So on club rivers, this can be a pretty nice bluff.
So when you're betting the turn, you must be going pretty big, huh?
And I'd overbet.
Yeah, I think that's the only side that makes sense on a queen turn.
Yeah, but I don't mind at all overbetting this hand. You know, overcard, that's some outs. Very good bluff on club rivers. we don't really have blockers to the folding range because the 10 of spades, when he has the 10 of spades, he's going to be c-betting this flop at a really high frequency, right? Just thinking of all of his 10 of spades hands, they will c-bet flop a lot.
Yeah.
So it's not like we really block the folding range very much. This is definitely a very reasonable bet for me. I'd probably bet this in a really high frequency. If
I
not
wonder-
always for some people.
I have one solved. Maybe we can check it out. Real
Hang
quick.
on, I haven't used my solve yet for the day. I can use mine if you want.
No, it's
See if
fine.
it
We
is.
can. That's alright. Alright, so what is this? Hijack?
Yeah, it's going to be slightly different because this one's 50 bigs effective, but it's still going to be weird.
Oh, well, yeah, it's still relevant, I think.
Yeah.
So 9, 2, 4.
No docking range on the flop. He checks back. Turn queen of clubs.
Queen of clubs.
Yeah, because it was double suited.
Alright, so what do I have? Ace 10. Hang on. Ace of clubs, 10 of spades.
Yeah.
Ace of clubs, 10 of
yeah,
spades.
high
Yeah.
frequency overbet. Yeah.
Yeah, no shit.
It's just a
Yeah.
nice hand to do it with.
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep. So what is the pot? 5.5. So we're actually going bigger than 2x. Which is interesting.
Yeah, that's because Wizard has certain sizes, right? I think Wizard jumps from like 125 to 250, or maybe not, maybe 125, 175, 250 is their sizing scheme, I think. I think
Oh,
the
is it?
6.9 is 125%, 9.6 is 175%, and then 13.75 is 2.5x pot. So that's just given the sizings that they have, but 2.5x pot is reasonable, you know, some big size, right?
Yeah, I accidentally just messed that up, but it might let me still do it.
I mean, the important thing is, right, that, the important thing is on certain rivers, we're going to want to have really big bet sizes, right? So, like, if we get a rivered, let's say a rivered 5 of clubs, we're going to want to have a jam range, right?
Right, yeah.
And this is the perfect hand to go in there. Even on a brick river, right, we're going to want to be jamming a lot of our sets, right? So it makes sense to have this really big turn bet size that we can then just jam some of our value hands on certain rivers. That's kind of what you're building out, right?
Yeah, because we're bluffing on a spade or a club, right?
Spade on a club, we're definitely bluffing this. On a spade,
Yeah, maybe not a spade. I don't know. It might not be a bad one though, because we have more flushes than.
I'm not bluffing a spade though, just because the ace of clubs really heavily blocks his turn call river folds. Right, like you can have a bunch of nut flush draws of clubs that will call turn and fold river. So I don't want to block that on a spade.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So on a spade, I'm not bluffing this, but on a club, I'm going for it.
Yeah, because of the spade flop. Right. Hang on. I want to see, because we got different sizes here now.
It wants some big size, right? Now I think its biggest size 8.5 into 5.5, right? That's something like 150, maybe 170% size. That's its biggest size. It just wants to go big, right?
Yeah. How do I get this thing to expand?
Can it expand? I think it just shows everything.
I think it expands somehow.
I don't know. I mean, it's showing the numbers, right? 68% of the time it's going for the overbet, right? It just wants to go big so it can jam rivers for a comfortable size. I think even bigger is likely better here. Like, I think 2.5x pot is reasonable.
Oh, I got complex. I thought it was going to give me more size, but I guess it doesn't. All right. Well, I checked like a net. Oh yeah. So what do you think? I was thinking about maybe raising, but.
Oh, raising is spicy, but I just don't think. I think when we're check raising, we have too many hands with more equity. I think this is a little bit too loose. Yeah,
I was wondering though if it might have been reasonable.
That could be cool. That could be a cool line. I'm curious if we do check it and face a bet. Can we check raise this, or is it just a fold? No, it's just a fold.
Well,
yeah. The ace of spades is getting there. It's close regardless. It's going to be close.
Yeah.
But yeah, we just have too many other high equity hands.
Yeah. It's interesting. I thought about it. I wasn't going to do it. I was wondering, like, I wonder if it makes sense.
It's reasonable.
Oh yeah, so here's another example here of somebody limping. Like, if this was like a different game, I don't know if I'd ISO ace-5, but it's just like these guys are...
Ace-5 is a bit wide.
Yeah, but these guys, if I had like ace-10 here, I would maybe consider folding that. Maybe not an 8. If I had king-10, I'm folding it every time. Because these guys are limping premiums.
Yeah, it depends on a lot of things. You know, it depends on your skill edge versus them post. It depends on how strong their range is, how capped their range is, if they're going to be like 3-betting you. There are so many factors, right?
So they're not 3-betting. They're just calling like pocket kings. It's like the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think 9-10 suited is a very reasonable 3-bet. Oh wait, he's short. Small 3-bet.
So this is
reasonable.
The way I think of it is this is an implied odds hand. I want it to be versus a full stack when I have a hand like this. Because when it's a short stack, I want to have bigger cards. I want to make a pair that I can go with.
Yeah, on a 10 high flop, we can stack off with this at this SPR.
Yeah, I mean it's more dicey.
Yeah,
because he could have Jack 10 or Queen 10.
It's not great, but I still think.
Yeah. So if he had like maybe 60 at big blinds, I would probably consider it. But
any consideration for c-betting flops small on the left?
No, probably not, because I don't have, just based on that I have like not many 5X. I do have some, but not as much as a big blind.
Okay, pair boards are weird in that way. In terms of, he has more 5X than you, no doubt. But 5X in general is a very small part of both of your ranges.
Yeah, but I was...
It doesn't have that much 5X.
I'm curious to see how much he's actually raising me just based on the fact that he has more 5X. I'm wondering how GTO... It must be like a really high...
Versus a small bet? Versus a small bet, I'd guess his raise frequency is something like, I'm going to go with 28%.
I was thinking more like 20, 22, but even that seems really high.
Paired boards to begin with are notoriously high frequency check raises, and when it's this connected and good for him, it's going to be very, very high. I can check. I have this board. Hang on. What is this? This is 8, 5, 5, 8. Do I have 5, 5, 8? I do not. The closest I have is what?
4, 4.
I can take 7, 5, 5. That's pretty similar.
Yeah, that's the same thing basically.
Yeah, slightly different but pretty similar. Versus a small c-bet. Yeah, assuming he's also playing a donking range on the flop, then versus a small c-bet he's check raising 22%.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. And the other consideration is, yes, this hand performs pretty badly versus a check raise, right? We do not want to get check raised with this hand.
Yeah,
because it's very close. You probably do need to peel this versus check raise. You need to continue this.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a big problem.
But if he's under check raising you, this is also a hand that has a lot of barrel opportunities, right? Good barrel opportunities. It's a very reasonable bet.
Yeah, it is, definitely. I mean it...
All that to say, I don't mind. In theory, it's going to be a mix, but I think I'd lean towards c-betting it versus most players.
Yeah, I think at like lower stakes that you can just, pure c-bet the board like this, but I think probably as you go higher, I think people are going to just be check raising the shit out of you. They might even be doing more than 20, 30%.
There's also a consideration, because there are a lot of exports in these lines, right?
Yeah.
Like 22% is when he has a donking range on the flop. If he suspects you're over c-betting the flop, a good exploit for him will be to not play your donking range and then check raise at a higher frequency.
Right? Exactly.
So like that's also a potential line that he could be doing. You
Yeah.
know, like there are a lot of strategy pairs. Depending on what he thinks your strategy is, he can exploit you in tons of different ways. But yeah.
Yeah, I think if you're just check raising like all sorts of stuff in game, you're just going to be generating so much folds.
No, it's definitely a great spot to check raising. Check raising that flop in a super high frequency.
Did he donk? Oh no, never mind.
Yeah. Check, check. He bets turn, and we have to fold, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
See betting flops also reasonable. Checking flops reasonable. It's all fine. 3-bet.
Yeah. Oh yeah, smaller stack.
Yeah, kind of like a size. I might have even gone 9, but something like this.
I'm surprised they didn't go bigger. I usually just go big, cause they never jam. They like literally so rarely jam. I just go
Then
into
bigger
normal.
makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I go in normal size usually. Usually I go 11 here, but so this was I was considering like the geometric thing here.
I just range bet this flop small.
Yeah, so this is my normal range bet size here.
Half pot?
Yeah, I'm never going a third. I
On
literally
7-3 rainbow, I don't know if we can half pot range bet that. I doubt it.
I literally just go a third when it's a king high, king low low, or ace low low. Those are like, or it's a paired like queen queen, jack jack,
Yeah, see,
ace
the
ace.
thing is, I don't know about queen 7-3 rainbow. I think we just range bet a third, but on king 7-3 rainbow, the board's actually good enough for us, and we have enough of a range advantage that we actually range bet half pot.
Yeah, I mean that's reasonable too. I do that the king high boards as an exploit because I like to get calls from middle.
I mean, king
pocket
high
pairs.
boards are close, right? Like I think specifically king brick rainbow, we can range bet half pot. If it's king brick two-tone, we can't
Yeah.
range bet half pot anymore. Then we have to size down. So
So
like,
I think that's what you're supposed to do. Like the majority of the time on a king high board is to go half pot on the flop. But as an exploit, I like to go.
it's spot dependent
smaller.
and board dependent.
Yeah.
I just think king brick rainbow we can have pot range. But
Yeah,
this,
I think that's what you're supposed to do. But as an exploit, I go smaller because I'm barreling so many turns on a king high board that they're just going to be folding their pocket pairs like every time.
there's also a consideration that if they're going to be folding turns a lot, you want to get more money in on the flop because when they call flop to a bigger bet, right, you're building a pot that you're going to win on the turn regardless.
Right, that's the thing.
That's also a consideration.
So
I would have gone a third. Don't think it's terrible. Now you have to fold.
yeah, so the third is what I would do if I had a queen or better. But my plan was if he called the half pot bet, and then I turned a diamond, an ace, or
A diamond? Or you mean a heart?
I mean a heart or an ace, I would just go with it. I'd just ship it. But
Yeah, heart I like shipping it on.
I expect him to fold a lot on the flop. I don't think he folds as much to a third than he does a half pot size. Even though he is a fish, but I'm just using logic, my logic versus normal opponents.
Range bet. Or play over bet or check. Or do any of a billion things, I don't care.
Oh yeah, I like a big bet. I like a big bet on this flop. Did I go big or did I go small? Yeah, I went big. I like big on this, personally.
I kind of play it as a flip. If I'm playing it in late position, if I was on the button, then I'd play a big bet or check because I have more of a net advantage. When I'm in early position versus big blind, I just tend to range bet small on these types of boards because I have less of a net advantage here. Where like you can be flatting tons of king queen in these positions.
Yeah,
you know, all of that type of stuff. So our net advantage is less than when we're in late position. So I just usually range bet small. This is fine though. Not a big EV difference. Doesn't really matter.
I think fives is starting to get a little dicey when it comes to the big flop bet. I think 2s, 3s, and 4s are more big bets, and then I think it starts getting more of the check region when you get to like 5s, 6s, and 7s. So yeah. I mean, I think a check is definitely reasonable with 5s. I think 2s, 3s, and 4s, you want to just be basically like maybe even pure betting. I'm not sure.
I think
don't
a
know.
check is reasonable, although I think I prefer either a small range bet or a big bet. I think I like betting this a bit more than checking it. But
Yeah,
close no matter what.
yeah. And I got kings. I don't even get excited about these hands anymore.
Come on, give us some action. Kings, come on.
They just fold every time. Oh wow.
No, there's action. Hey. A lot of different options. Big bet or check is reasonable.
Beautiful turn. So I think that I'm not sure what I'm getting called by, but I want to bet.
Ginge bet. Spicy, ginge bet, okay.
Yeah. I mean, he's gonna just check it all the way down. I mean, he definitely has aces that just check it all the way down.
You can check in some ace-x, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's close. The bet, I don't really know.
If you expect him to under bluff raise you, I think your play is fine.
Yeah, I don't think he's bluff raising me, like, basically ever.
Kind of the argument against small bets in position on the river is just the fact that you're reopening the action for you to get bluff raised off of your hand. So if they're doing that too much, it's bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
So normally I will call this obviously versus under the gun, but like I was saying earlier, this is like, to me, this is an implied odds hand. When I see a flop with this hand, I want to be against an opponent with a bigger stack. So
what I've seen of wizard ranges, it's going to be a three-way mix versus 2.5x versus 3x and less inclined to call. Hey Tom, wow, you are 3 hours late.
Hey guys.
How could you?
I was out today.
We waited a long time.
You waited for me, did you?
It's been depressing. I've spent this entire damn session paraphrasing things you've said.
Yeah, it was like 20.
Come on, you're supposed to be here to save yourself.
Yeah, we waited 23 minutes. I watched the clock.
Oh, guys, I'm sorry.
We're just teasing.
It's okay. Dan was here to paraphrase me.
Yeah. I even tried, there was a whole spot where I tried to explain the entire leading range thing because it was slightly relevant and I just missed having you here, so I just paraphrased the whole thing.
You can't quote it over Discord, man. It's too complicated.
We had a few interesting spots here too, but if we got time, we could maybe rewind later or something. But
we'll see.
So how was the session?
It was good. I recorded this yesterday, and I remember thinking to myself, I am going to use this video whether it's a good session or a bad session. I really didn't care. And I happen to have a really good one. So,
nice.
Yeah. But yeah, so the 5-6, like I was saying, implied odds hand in my eyes. I want to see flops against people with bigger stacks, especially when he goes 3x. Makes me want to fold even more. So I probably folded.
Yeah. I'm with it.
Yeah, he's short too, so.
Yeah, that's the reason.
Multi-way. Oh boy.
Oh, okay, yeah. So this was. So I think I tank thought about this one. I wasn't sure. I really don't like the raise. I mean, he's probably isolating pretty wide here, even though he is in the hijack. I think that I do generate a ton of folds when I raise here. But the problem is that I'm raising huge. And the other thing is, too, is if I see a flop against a weaker player, I think that I just like this as a call, honestly. I think I generate a lot of folds raising, but when I flop an ace or a queen, I think that I have potential to get a lot of money out of the weaker guy.
I don't love the flat just because I'm going to be playing a bloated pot out of position versus two players. I'd just rather continue as a 3-bet.
Yeah. I only like it if we flop this flop, though.
Right, yeah, that's fine.
That's
But you have to know that in advance.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the trick.
Oh, I knew.
Don't mind it though.
And here comes the pain. So I wasn't sure what to do. I think just go smaller. Maybe like half pot, I guess. Because if this guy has 2 diamonds or I don't know.
There's also the consideration though that if he has 2 diamonds or an ace, he's going nowhere. So I just want to go as big as possible.
Yeah. Also, if he has pocket 4s or pocket 5s, he would probably feel.
So then I'd probably go something like, I don't know, I want to say 12-ish.
Yeah, and I'm not worried about this guy having a 3. If this guy has a 3, then we're getting stacked. It's not a big deal.
And likely ace king c-bets flop.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. So I'm not worried about this guy at all. And it's unfortunate that he folds. So.
Could open queen jack off. Close.
Yeah, it feels like you're going to get a ton of folds there, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh, what, here?
Yeah, it just feels like it's very face up, but I mean, what are you going to do? It's 3-way.
Yeah, I gotta go for it. There's nothing I'm just basically ignoring this guy completely, and I'm just targeting him solely.
I almost want to check. Almost. I mean, I say this in hindsight, of course, which is biased in my view, but it's just hard to extract value because everything misses, and when you bet, it's like always an ace.
It's very, very hard to have bluffs here because what are you calling a 5.5x out of the big blind pre? That isn't an ace here that you're betting.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe some flush draws.
Yeah, I'm really just preying on this guy, and the thing is too is he really doesn't have a ton of hands he can call the bet with too. So I don't know. Yeah, I think checking definitely makes sense, even though you're really only scared of a diamond coming. Like I really don't think like.
Yeah, but aren't they going to bet the diamond on flop or turn? If so, you can check raise them.
Oh, I think this guy would probably bet 2 diamonds on the flop. Not sure about this guy.
Yeah, but if you check, he'll bet them on the turn.
Potentially.
Potentially, yeah. That's nothing I do. I always bet my diamonds on the flop, so I can't really comment on that.
You donk the flop?
Oh, no, I'm talking about the in position.
In his position, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is reasonable. I mean, you could get exploited by people using really big sizes on flush completing runouts, but I don't think this pool will exploit you for that. So
it's kind of a weird spot because it's like, am I trying to get value from this guy or am I trying to get? It's kind of an interesting spot, I guess.
I think you're just trying to get value from the fish.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was targeting the fish.
Queens! Good hand.
I think I go big here. I can't remember. Oh, never mind. I thought someone lives.
Ooh.
I got a call.
I mean, that is a thing.
Okay.
So what are you thinking? There's 41 in the middle.
Jam?
This guy's never folding a jack.
You like a jam, Tom?
I don't think this guy's folding a jack either. So this guy could have a lot of hands like king jack, 10 jack, maybe even queen jack. As far as jacks that I'm ahead of. So
how much is he calling versus a jam?
Well, you can check jam too. Check jam.
Yeah, okay. I don't really like the jam on the. Wait, are you talking about jam on the flop?
Yep, just straight up shove it in.
Reasonable.
Yeah.
I don't love a check jam, Tom, just because I don't expect a weaker player to reopen the action here often enough. From what I've seen,
board flops their flying ranges so well that someone's going to stab here.
They don't stab draws enough. I wouldn't put it past the rec to just be checking back flush draws and jack X here all the time.
Yeah, I don't really like to check jam because this guy is maybe more incentivized to check with this guy being in position. So I don't think we're going to get a ton of bets from this guy. And when this guy checks, it's just a complete disaster. So I really don't like checking here. I'm just gonna start betting. Like, I don't think checking is an option personally. I mean, not that it's a bad option.
I hate those. I hate it.
The size you hate?
One reason. When we bet this size, if the button jams, we can't rejam. Because he's not making a full raise.
Oh, yeah, that's a
So,
really good point, actually.
It's
You can't
making it
reopen the
much
action.
easier for the cutoff to flat a lot here, knowing that if the button jams, you can't rejam. So he can never be forced to stick in way more money here, right? So if
So what
we
do
are
you-
going for this small size, I want to go to a max of 17.7 bigs, specifically, so that if the button jams, I can rejam.
I
That's
like
really
that
smart.
logic.
So I either want to
Yeah.
go way bigger or small enough that I can rejam over a button raise. So this is like 3 big blinds too big, and I think that's a really big mistake because it's 3 big blinds too big.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't.
It's
think of
gonna
that.
sound nitpicky, but just because of that one factor, I don't like it.
No,
Yeah.
that's a really nice point,
It's a
actually. I don't think
fantastic
most
point.
players would see
Really
that,
good
but
point.
it's an excellent point.
Yeah, I would have never thought of that. That's very interesting to think about. But as played, I don't even remember what happened. Oh, this guy.
Oh, he
jammed.
jams. Well, there you go. Doesn't
Well-
matter anyway.
What do you think he has? Like King Jack?
Ace Jack suited.
There's infinite draws here.
It's just Ace Jack suited. No, it's always Ace Jack suited.
No
100%.
way. No,
100%.
there's so bullshit on this flop, man.
And here's the thing, he flatted a squeeze pre. What hands are incentivized to flat a squeeze pre? Ace Jack suited is like so up there.
Okay,
Oh,
even if it is though.
So if this guy's jamming, like a norm, like if I was in his position, I'm trying to think of like what jam here, and I would probably jam sets, and that's probably it. Again,
How many sets do you have
straights.
here? Tens?
Yeah.
That's it.
And
Not-
here's the thing: even if he like flips over his hand and shows you Ace Jack,
Oh, you gotta call this.
you still have to call.
No, like, I
Yeah.
love the call. You're calling this, but I say he has Ace Jack here anyway. But you are
Yeah.
calling this.
yeah, I don't remember what he had. I know I did.
Call and see the Ace Jack. That's the only play.
I honestly don't remember what happened here. So we're snapping it off. Oh,
Damn
yeah,
it.
Queen Jack.
Queen Jack.
Why
I told
the
you.
hell are you calling Queen Jack suited pre? That's a garbage call.
Yeah.
God damn it.
And then also showing
Yeah,
that as well. That's so
It's kind of
cringe.
interesting too because when I 3-bet, he calls. What happens when this guy jams?
I mean, the thing is, he shouldn't really be jamming all that much. At this SPR, maybe he does jam a bit more, but he can't have that much of a jamming range because he's capping himself when he just flats pre. Right?
Well, just that logic alone would make me want to fold this for sure. And
Yeah.
also squeezing ranges are going to be a little tighter, I think, in general.
Yeah, the
So-
reason I want to fold Queen Jack suited is because you're just dominated so
Yeah.
often.
Yeah, that's the
It
thing.
just
I'm gonna
does
have-
not play well post. But
Yeah,
his flop
I-
jam is actually somewhat reasonable, right? He has good blockers to 2-pair, good blockers to sets, has some equity when called. I don't hate his flop jam.
Yeah, like the bottom of my squeezing range is going to be hands like King Jack of suited, King Queen suited, just everything that that's really a pretty horrible call, I think.
Pretty
But-
spicy. I think his
but yeah.
flop jam's reasonable.
He's all done on the turn, so see you later.
Oh, no one
Yeah,
outer
on the
queen for the
turn.
chop.
Yeah.
Get the one outer for the queen chop.
What?
Queens
If
with
he hits a
quads.
queen, they chop with a vote.
No, he's got quads, right?
Oh, right, never mind. That doesn't work. It's not enough. King.
Yeah,
king.
I was
If he
gonna
hits
say.
a king, they chop for a vote. Sorry. 2 outer.
What kind of deck are you playing with? How many queens are in there?
5! Give me a break. It's midnight where I am here, okay?
Fair enough.
I mean, I can't really use that because we've got some guys here in Ireland at 5 in the morning, so.
Yeah, and my
Yeah,
friend
and some
Brendan
new
just came in
faces.
here.
Welcome.
Yeah, Brendan's also in England, so he's at like 5 a.m. as well right now. So
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah, complete degens.
Yeah, I got
Okay,
maybe
where is
like
it? Oh yeah.
I'll stay up like 45 more minutes max. So
I mean, if we watch, we can do 20 more minutes and 45 minutes. We can do this. Forget the fact that it took
yeah,
us 3 hours to do the first half an hour.
yeah.
That
Holy
always
shit.
happens.
It really does, doesn't it? I think I didn't help when I saw one hand and pulled the papaya sim immediately.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Oh, so this 5.8, like obviously it's a fold versus 3.5x, but
Oh, such a fold. It's a fold versus 3x
so
too.
even if it was like 2.5 and this guy calls, would you call? I think it's kind of close with the guy calling.
I'd
Maybe if
call
they had
just because
100
they're both.
bigs. But
No, I'd call because they're short stackers. They're likely wrecks and they suck.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's
it's going to
true.
destroy your implied odds, right? Like
Yeah, but
5-8 lies on like big
Yeah,
pot or
well,
money.
Yeah,
but
but
this guy-
implied odds are one thing. Another thing is how many gigantic punts they'll make post because they're terrible players.
Certainly a factor.
It is possible that he could have better hearts
Yeah.
than me too. So that's not that it's super likely, but it's definitely a thing.
I think versus 2.5, I'd peel it versus Rex, fold it to Rex.
I think if I had 5.7 instead of 5.8, it might be a little. Definitely calling 5.6, but.
Ooh, open jam. That's a fun one.
Yeah, so this is my thing. So I'll sit out, fold, and then. Did I tell you guys about that?
Yeah, you did.
You can
Yeah.
prey on people. So there's a good chance I'll have this guy on my next table. See if he just open jams again. So 24.6. I don't think he was, but it
Yeah.
works. It works a lot of the time.
Bum hunting in Zoom games. What does
Yeah.
poker come to?
Yeah, it literally. It's at least 50% of the time it'll work, but maybe even more.
None of the ISOing 9-3 suited because it makes sense versus a balanced limping range. A little bit tongue in cheek because I don't think it's going to be balanced limping range.
You guys can still hear me, right?
Yeah,
All right. One of my headphones died.
I'd go bigger than 4, but it's reasonable.
So in my experience with the weaker players in the small blind, they fold a lot when I raised it. At least that's what they've been doing. So like, I don't know.
So do you just put a bunch of bluffs into that line then, or what?
No, they usually no.
But why not if they fold too much?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely could. Just so little to fight for one big blind, but it adds up. So, oh shit, hang on. So it checked all the way down. We get the best river in the deck, one of, and he leads out. So I think I went pretty big here because there's the king possibility, and then the jack or 10 might call.
The thing is, exploitatively here, you can't raise very big. I think the
Yeah.
size is reasonable, but you can't go huge here. And the reason for that is when you're bluffing this river on a 4 flush run out like this, right? What are you going to be bluffing? You're going to be bluffing hands like maybe, what was the action? It was he limps, we ISO. You can maybe bluff some
2x,
stuff like.
3x.
No, I was going to say, well, some, but he might stab some other shit. I was going to say something like ace 9 would make a decent bluff. Right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think
yeah.
ace 9 is a pretty reasonable one, but the thing is, hands like that, right? They can't block the nut flush for villain.
Yeah, well,
So when you do bluff this river, he's uncapped, right?
Right.
That's the issue. So that's why we can't go gigantic. You know, if we could find a way to block his nuts, then we could just jam here. But since he's uncapped when we're bluffing, we can't just go gigantic.
Yeah, well, when I say big, I mean like, I don't know, 14 or 15.
14 or
size is
15 would be
okay.
reasonable. Yeah, the size is fine too.
Yeah, I'm just really trying to get called by something at this point. He folds and shows a 9.
I like how he felt the need to show that off.
Yeah.
I don't like his bet on the river. I don't think you can bluff 9x there.
I don't think
Yeah,
he was
it was-
bluffing.
It was kind of
You
weird.
think he was
Yeah,
value betting that? That seems spicy.
Yeah, I do.
I think he could value bet maybe a queen for a smaller size, but not a 9.
Well, what he can do and what he will do. Two
Yeah.
different things.
Okay, Jack 10-7.
Yeah,
Jam.
so I'm just... No.
I could get behind the jam.
I could also get by, like, I know it's like a...
Theoretically sound.
Yeah. Yeah, it is
Yeah.
actually.
On Jack 10-7, jamming this is theoretically sound.
Why is that theoretically sound? Why? Why is it?
The way it kind of works is in these late position spots when we 3-bet, let's say the small blind versus the button, big blind versus button as well. When we get these textures like Jack 10x, where the x is something less than an 8, so a 7 or below, we can play a flop jamming range, primarily comprised of overpairs, right? And some hands like, ace-jack a little bit with certain suits, but primarily comprised of overpairs. And the reason it makes sense is because the button just has so many high equity hands on that flop. You can put them into a really, really tough spot, right?
That's really interesting, actually.
So we actually do play a jamming range on those flops, theoretically, which is kind of sick.
Yeah, part of the reason as well is that given the amount of draw equity in both players' ranges, they actually have to call you down wider than theoretic, like wider than MDF would say you would. But it's very, very sensitive to the ranges intact, and most people are not going to find a jam here. So we cannot fault our guy JR for not, open shipping.
Yeah, well,
sicko here.
The reason I know that line is because there are other people who study, the common lines that come up and the important ones that adjust your win rate. I'm that weird guy that just studies the fun lines that never come up and don't really improve your win rate, but are just fun and wacky.
They're just fun.
This is one of them.
Oh, captain, my captain.
So, I'll tell you what I'm thinking here. So this is a board where we can definitely go... I think we can go like 75% board or something, somewhere around there, like really big. I'm not sure if it's good with the 7 because there's already a straight out there. But my thinking is, usually on a board like this, I do go really big. But my thinking is, when I'm going big, I'm expecting him to call hands like King Queen suited or King Queen offsuit, which I'm pretty heavily blocking. And so I really just want to get value. So I'm just going to go a little bit smaller, like half black.
Well, the other thing we haven't considered is that you're quite deep stacked here. Well, not quite deep stacked, like reasonably deep stacked.
I know.
Which makes me want to size up even more. Maybe not a jam, but like maybe pot. And the thing is, like, it's really hard to find a hand in his range that doesn't want to continue.
Well, like, so if he has, if he has like pocket 8s or pocket 9, and I bet, 18 on the flop, those hands are going to be not so sure that everybody's calling a bet that big with that. I mean, maybe deeper stack they are, but I think it's starting to get kind of close, I guess. I would call pocket 8s or pocket 9s to an 18 big blind bet. But,
I would not, just because you have really bad reverse implied odds with something like pocket 8s versus king queen. But
but the thing
the question on that note that I have is, usually at 100 bigs you could play a small bet and a jam. I don't really like a big bet, actually. The reason being, what hands do we have that really want to go big? Because if you look at hands like, king queen, hands like queen 9, say queen 9 suited, right? Ace queen, ace king, ace queen and ace king a bit less, but mainly king queen and queen 9.
Well, we got all sorts of hands that would want to.
Yeah, but when those hands go big, something like king queen, queen 9, and then villain jams on you, it is such a terrible spot.
Well,
and I do expect a decent amount of jams.
So on a rainbow board, though, let's say I have let's say I have like king, queen of diamonds, and I bet really big, and he jams. I think it's just like a relatively. I would probably fold that, but like ace jack, if you bet big and he jams, and it's
You're
a
calling
rainbow
that off.
flop.
You're calling off ace jack, but not a lot of your range makes sense in a big bet to me because you're going to get jammed on a decent bit. Like, I'd rather just jam myself or bet small.
So when you bet
Even
big
though
here,
this hand makes sense to bet big.
the button's supposed to call very wide. The reason why he calls very wide is because he has profitable bluffs on later streets. So that's not like the only reason why, but from what I've learned on a lot of the content that I've looked at is that you can profitably call a hand like pocket eights or pocket nines, like two streets, and then when check two on the river, you can have profitable bluff jams there because you are getting draws that missed to fold.
There's also the consideration that when our draws or our bluffs, for lack of a better word, but our draws have more equity that we're betting, he needs to continue wider. Because what he's kind of trying to do is he's trying to make our draws indifferent between betting or checking. So since they have more equity and they have a higher check EV, he needs to continue wider. Because he needs to...
You mean the button?
Yeah. Right? Tombos, am I right on that? Am I way off?
Yeah. That's what I was saying at the beginning there. That's why. Yeah. So the thing about this board is, it's very hard to find hands in his range that don't want to continue.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Like it's really hard. Like King 9, Queen 10, Jack 10, Queen Jack, King Jack 8. Like there's 8, 7, 10, 8. Every hand in their range wants to continue here, which is why I think you can size up. And I still think he's too deep to shove in position without killing his positional advantage.
You don't think he can play a shove versus a big bet in position here?
Depends how big, but
I think he plays an absolute ton of shoves versus a big bet in position.
It's still a pretty big shove, right? If you overbet, you can shove for sure, but
it's the same logic though that it's such a high equity flop, right? When we bet big, we just have a bunch of high equity hands and draws. I would expect a lot of shoves. A lot of shoves.
I checked it on the 150 big blind ones, which are 20 bigs deeper.
I can't because I don't have a subscription.
There's no shoves on that one.
You used your first one for the day, right? JR?
Well, I have other emails.
Oh.
I'll have to check. I'll have to check the 100 because you need a subscription for the. But hang on, I'm gonna try it real quick.
We're still over mine. Oh, they're only available for pre-flop 15L general. What about 50NL simple?
500 NL simple and 50 NL simple. We'll have them.
Yeah, try simple 50 or 150 bigs.
Oh yeah, maybe it will work. All right, so
Jack 10 7, right? Well.
Oh, I went to the wrong email. Hang on.
I can share my screen if you want. I have it up.
Sure, that's almost.
This will work.
Okay.
Hang on, I gotta connect.
Okay. Wait, did my Wi-Fi die again?
No, you're good.
I'm good? Okay, thanks. Sorry, everybody just went quiet all of a sudden, so I got scared.
Did JR kick his plug again?
I don't know.
Oh,
He's still there.
He's back,
He's still
yeah.
there.
Alright.
He's doing some
Ben-
things.
My headphone batteries are basically getting close to dead. But
Okay, so versus big bet, how much jamming does he do versus big bet? And then let's check versus overbet, because overbet will be slightly more representative for this SPR.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you go overbet, he's gonna have jams for sure. But I don't.
Yeah,
think
but
he
this
has...
is 150 bigs deep, right? I'm just trying to simulate the SPR.
Yeah.
What happens when we bet big 120 bigs effective, right?
Yeah, so we don't have many jams at all.
No, what about versus overbet? Because that's going to be
Well,
like
yeah,
closer
we're
to the
gonna
SPR.
we're gonna have all sorts of jams here, I'm sure.
Yeah, so it's going to be something in the middle of that, but it's still a decent amount of gems. I don't know. If he under gems flop, I think big bet makes more sense. If he gems flop too much, I think big bet makes less sense. With range at least. With kings, big bet is
With kings, you want them to jam more, so...
Yeah. With kings, big bet is a very reasonable hand. I just don't see it making much sense to build out a big bet range there with our range entirely. Just not... Kings make sense, though. You know?
Yeah. Well,
And like I said, just take a look at his range after betting 2/3 or whatever, and look at like what he's calling with. Like I'm telling you, every hand in his range wants to continue.
so I don't have a 2/3 option.
Yeah, you do. It's at
16.5.
16.5.
What is it?
16 and a half.
You can press spacebar too if you want it in percentage. Makes it easier.
Oh, well, this is what I consider half pot. This is the size I use generally.
Yeah, that's a 2/3.
So, what was the question?
I'm looking at the 500 NL, but
Look at his continue range, right?
Oh yeah, there's all sorts of stuff.
all
I'm
sorts of
surprised
stuff.
that 8s are folding here. That's very...
Eights are folding because they have reverse implieds versus king queen. Nines don't, right? Like if nines hit an 8 for their straight,
Yeah.
then king queen doesn't get there. If 8s hit a 9 for their straight, king queen gets there.
Yeah,
So
that's
nines hit
interesting.
in routes.
Yeah, all of their overcards.
Oh yeah, yeah. So, yeah. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. Obviously, I wasn't thinking about that. So yeah, he's just continuing with all sorts of stuff. So hang on, let's see what happened here. I don't even remember.
With like a half pot there.
Yeah, I go a little bigger.
Just rat hole so you can jam flop. Makes everything easier.
Yep.
Surprised I didn't go a little bigger than that, but I'm sure it's fine. I don't
Depending on the turn, I really want to jam turn 2.
Yeah, see, that's why I wanted to go bigger flop, just to set up a turn jam.
I mean, on that 5, I'm jamming turn, even if I went half on the flop. I'm just jamming it.
So I don't do geometric bet sizings out of position in 3-bet pot. So like, let's say we're 100 deep, and then he calls, and then my turn size would be like, so let's say he calls this, all right, and then it makes the pot like 50 big blinds. My turn size would probably be like 34, 36-ish.
That is roughly geometric.
You just want to pot commit him with like 10 bigs behind, or what?
That's just the way I do it.
Okay. I
That is
gotcha.
a thing that happens sometimes.
It is. It's like counterintuitive to a people, but solvers still mind it.
See,
Yeah, I
this is
know.
what
Matt was showing me a spot in a 4-bet pot not too long ago where the solver wanted to leave like a 20% SPR on the river, and I was like, what the hell is this?
Yep.
Confused
like,
the hell out of me.
This is basically what I do. So what is there? Oh, yeah, so there's 82 left. This is what I...
Yeah, so this line is
pot.
completely geometric.
Yeah, this is 2/3, 2/3, 2/3.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe it is geometric. When I think geometric, I think like perfect pot size river on the... pot size bet on the river.
Yeah, the definition of geometric is just you're betting the same percentage of pot, the same fraction of pot on every single street.
Oh, all right. Well, then I guess
That's
I am
the definition.
geometric.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
okay.
the reason for it is when you do use a geometric sizing scheme where you bet the same fraction of pot on every single street,
Yeah,
villain
that's
is
fine.
forced to continue more of their range as a total percentage, right?
Yeah.
Isn't getting
So-
to win SPR on the river quantitative betting, or am I wrong there?
Say again?
Is getting to 1 SPR on the river quantitative betting, or
No, it's got nothing to do with getting to 1 SPR on the river. It's just betting the same fraction of the pot on each street will theoretically maximize how wide they defend compared to every other betting strategy.
Gotcha.
But again, it's theoretical. Like, it's only for polarized toy games and such.
Yeah.
But there's some betting theory there anyway.
My headphones are probably gonna die soon, so maybe we should try to get through the rest of this because it's gonna be a disaster if that happens.
Let's go.
So ace king on the left. I am pure betting with ace hearts.
I think we could just range bet this, maybe.
I'm surprised that I only went a third.
I like a third.
I think the half makes a little more sense. Maybe, I don't know.
I think a third makes
So
sense.
I tend to barrel these boards. This is a nice turn to barrel, I think, because his pocket nines, pocket sevens, pocket sixes, they don't have any gut shot outs. So those are just auto folding when I bet. And I can still hit an ace or a king on the river when he has a jack. So
Well, some Jack X, King Jack, and Ace Jack have some reverse implied odds against, or some implied odds against you.
yeah, so now I'm just gonna give up.
Yeah, I like to give up.
Jam
This is
for
where-
value. No, don't do
Yeah.
that.
This is where a lot. This is where a
Jam
lot of
versus the
people-
Ace Queen hero call.
Yes.
This is where a lot of people lose money. Is they think like, oh well, I'm on the river.
Literally me today, by the way. This exact scenario.
Yeah,
you
like
jam this?
Of course, man. I'm a fish.
Okay. No.
I
Couple
know.
of reasons. One, this is a horrible bluffing candidate because the Ace of Hearts blocks so many of his call folds. Right? He can call tons of Ace of Hearts hands on the turn, Ace X of Hearts, that are going to fold river. Bad bluffing candidate for that reason. We have some modicum of showdown value, and we have so many other bluffs to choose from. You don't want to massively overbluff this.
So it's kind of interesting to see that he had pocket tens here without a heart. I think it is. I think it's reasonable. I think you have to call some pocket pairs to a second barrel. So like obviously tens are going to be the best candidate because it's your highest pocket pair. You know what I mean?
Are
I
they?
think. Well, under the jack is what I'm talking about.
But
So-
is the highest pair under the jack necessarily the best one to call?
Well,
No.
when you have to call some though, I think it makes sense to do the highest one because what other ones are you calling?
But
Well,
that's
here's the
not
thing.
necessarily stronger against the betting range, though, right?
It's not any
Like-
stronger.
Pocket
Right.
twos has the same equity as pocket tens here.
I
Right.
disagree with you there, Tom, because you're going to be barreling
Aside from the
like
draw
Ace
equity.
5, Ace 8, which tens has dominated somewhat, and deuces does not.
Well, like
Right.
as like a simplification, if you have in your strategy that you want to call some of your pocket pairs, it's just easier to remember to just call the higher ones. You know what I mean? Because if you want to call some pocket pairs to a second barrel, it's just easier to remember. Oh, I have the highest one under the jack. You know what I mean?
Sure.
If that makes any sense. But yeah, I think it
I
makes
would
sense.
prefer a hand like, I don't know, even ace 3 I prefer over tens here, but
Oh, I definitely prefer Ace 3 over tens, but
yeah.
I think
Sure.
tens are likely better than deuces, because even though they do block the 10-9, they also have more equity versus Ace 5, Ace 7, Ace 6, that you could barrel here.
That's
Yeah.
right. Just
Yeah,
because
I don't
their
I don't
kickers
mind-
can't draw you.
Yeah,
I don't mind
exactly.
this call on the turn. I think it's actually pretty good because I am gonna have a lot of bet to give up. Well, like a halfway decent player will, I think. Not so
Versus
sure.
min-raise, no folding King Deuce off, it's a min-raise.
What happened
For what
here?
position?
We folded King Deuce off to a min-raise.
Oh yeah,
versus
I
blinds.
remember.
Oh.
Because it's because I was thinking so much about the tens hand. I was
Oh,
thinking so much
he was
about this, I
distracted.
wasn't paying attention.
Actually, deep stacked, I think was it deep stacked?
I'm not sure though.
It's probably pretty close anyway, Tom. I'm just being a bit overdramatic.
Okay, yeah. It's good. Fair enough.
I'm not sure that tens are a super good call cutoff versus hijack. I think it's better button first cutoff. I'm not sure though. I was thinking a lot about it.
I think it's fine.
Depends how
I
big
don't
you
know.
bet too, right?
It depends. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's still like a reasonable call regardless.
It's close.
Just because in position's gonna have a lot of bet give ups, I think.
I mean, if your bet lines tens is likely indifferent.
And just so you know, in these spots, there's some MDA that says, I think it was actually specifically made on 200 Iggy, that if you plug in their actual small blind opening range and how they react to a 3-bet, the solver will literally just use a 3-bet fold strategy in the big blind, facing a small blind open.
Seriously?
I'm serious. It won't like it has like a 1% call and it just 3-bets like the rest of its continuation range.
What versus a min raise or something?
No, versus like a normal sized small blind open because they massively under 4-bet and they don't call enough and yeah,
Equal to pretty.
That is
cap
awesome.
themselves really badly. I know it's so disgusting, but
what I'm seeing in these pools when I'm 3-betting the small blind in the big blind is they're calling a lot and they're like never folding and sometimes 4-betting. I'm like literally never getting folds.
Yeah, but how often are you actually getting bluff 4-bet?
I'm not sure about bluffs, but they 4-bet some of the time, maybe like 5 times, 2 every 5 times. So it's not a lot, but I'm not sure about the bluff. It's probably
So the thing
not.
is, if they're not bluff 4-betting you, right? Then
There
they're
are
not going to
some
be 4-betting you as often, and you're going to
There
get to
are-
over-realize your equity when you 3-bet, right?
Massively, yeah.
So
There are
it's gonna
there are
prove
some good players in this pool. So I see people 3-betting me from the big blind when I'm the small blind with like 10-3 offsuit and all
And 3
sorts of
offsuit, no! No, way too weak. Fold.
Yeah,
Fold.
gotta be suited. It's gotta be
10-3
suited.
suited, reasonable, but 10-3
Well,
offsuit, no.
Did I say offsuit? I meant suited.
Yeah.
That's a totally standard
3
3-bet
Yeah,
suited.
they have like
Yeah.
8-3 offsuit. They have all the.
Ace 3
all the-
offsuit's reasonable as
Yeah.
well. Yeah.
Very standard, yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of that too. So there's definitely some good players in this pool.
Ooh, top 2 pair.
Okay.
There's a fish too. So
Okay.
he
Ooh,
pots it.
pot.
Wow.
I don't remember what I do. I think probably just call, just because the pot seems so strong.
Yeah, plus he's short stacked, so there's not a ton of incentive to build the pot
I mean,
immediately.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
let's say it's pocket tens and the turns an ace. I mean, it doesn't mean that I keep getting more value from him. You know what I mean? So I don't think calling is like awful. I don't know.
I like the call. I like it.
Oh, look at that! It's an
It
ace.
actually
Ooh.
was an ace.
Oh, he jams.
Nice. Ace king.
Snap jam.
So
Ace
I'm like,
king.
oh, sweet. Thank you very
Ace
much.
king.
Yes.
8 deuce. That works too.
I was not
Offsuit.
expecting 8-2.
Offsuit too.
I love how quickly you put the money into, like, no time wasted.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
8 deuce offsuit. There you go.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you were worried about the quality of play on Stars 2NL Zoom being too low. Then you see the 200NL ignition pool.
Yeah, I need to get more
Don't
money
check
to get in
that
here.
down. What are you doing?
Wait, yeah,
Bruh.
what was the word out there? Oh yeah, bluff.
This is like the bottom of your range. You gotta bluff.
Well, not
that
just that, but this is such an incredibly high EV run out for our range.
Yeah, well,
We
he's
have such a
he's a-
huge EV advantage.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that he's a fish. He's gonna overfold.
He is going to overfold this spot.
Yeah.
Bluff.
Yeah, I think, yeah,
100%.
the ace, for sure.
I think this is actually one of the most common lines when people check down hands like this, button versus big blind, on a board where they have a huge range advantage. It's one of the most common lines where I mark people as weak passive and not bluffing sufficiently. It's
Yeah,
actually
I
one of the
mean-
most common spots.
Like I know pocket
Yeah.
pair wants to like usually on a lot of runouts it wants to check down, but you know when you've
Yeah.
got sixth pair and your opponent's gonna massively overfold.
If it's
Yeah.
a board where it's a low EV run out for your range, like if, let's say you had pocket sevens in that spot, but you were the big blind, then I think checking down becomes a lot more reasonable.
Yeah.
But when you're the button, it's just such a high EV run for your range, you need to bluff it.
Oh yeah, I think I led this river. This is actually...
What happened on this one?
Yeah, let's look at it.
Did you call? And then...
Yeah, this was kind of a weird one.
Okay,
Open.
big open.
Rebet, call, both are reasonable.
Okay.
Yeah, so I called. I didn't 3-bet.
Check, check. Check. Turn seems good.
He half pots it.
Seems good.
Donk?
So, alright, so my reasoning, I'm not sure this is like, he doesn't have like a ton of worse ace-X, but he definitely has some. So my reasoning was he's just not going to value bet an ace on this river. So I wanted to get value from his worst ace-X, but I don't think he has like a ton of worse ace-X. So I think this would have been better if I had like ace-queen. So, I don't know, it was kind of weird.
It's
Did
a
you block
spicy
them?
line. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's
It was
spicy.
kind of weird, because I mean, I have more flushes as the big blind, so I just don't see him raising that often.
Do you
You
have
know what
more
I mean?
flushes there?
Probably because he probably checks twice with most of his range, whereas button.
Yeah, but how many flush draws can check call turn there?
Button probably doesn't check back a ton of flush draws though.
I don't know. I think it would be pretty symmetric. I don't know how many flush draws we have that can check call turn.
Did he call? Why am I checking that?
No, he folded.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm confused. Why am I checking that?
Yeah.
Really?
All right. Juices. Good hand. Juices never loses.
They
Juices
do when
lose.
hijack opens 3.
Yes, they do. That is unfortunate.
Well, I hate playing the small blind in Zoom games, man, because you have to sit there and wait with like a bunch of your range that will only play if it folds to you.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, I know. It's so much waiting. Same with the big blind, too. Because you got to see if the small blind is going to open all of the button.
There's like 10% of your range you'll 3-bet, and like 50% of your range you'll open if it folds to you.
Oh, I
And then
know.
it gets
40% of the
even
time
worse.
you're just sitting there like, okay, is anyone going to open?
It
Okay,
gets
now I
even
fold.
worse when someone opens, and then you're still sitting there like, well, if somebody flats this, I'll overcall it.
Yeah.
But if nobody does, I'll fold.
Yeah.
That to me is the even worse one.
Oh, I hear you, man. I hear you. Like pocket twos in the small blind is such a time-consuming hand.
Yeah, it's like you have to sit there and be like, yeah, well, okay, hijack open 3x, but if cutoff flats and button flats, I might overcall this in the small blind, so I'll sit here and stare at it for another few minutes. Such an
Oh, there we go.
Ooh.
Wow. Okay.
Hey, just
Win a stack.
Oh my
Nope.
god.
nope, nope.
Of course.
That was like the only hand I lost this session.
Well, that's good.
I won like,
Okay.
I think I won like 2.5 nines.
You got a
Yeah.
pure 3-bet here. Ah,
Versus 4x? Yeah,
Versus
actually, I
4x.
want a pure 3-bet. Pure 3-bet
So-
seems fine.
you're a 3-bet. this
Normally
much.
I roll for this, but the 4x kind of threw me off.
You snap folded that one too.
Yeah, the thing is, well, no, it's only 2x speed. The thing is, versus 3x, I think it's going to be indifferent between 3-betting and calling, but when he opens bigger, we're less incentivized to call, and I still want to continue.
Is it
So-
3-bet or call? I mean,
Yeah, it is. It's
yeah.
Versus a 3x, it's 3-bet call. Versus a 4x. Versus a 4x, it's going to be less incentivized to call.
Oh
But,
yeah, you're right.
yeah. So I just played as a pure 3-bet, like play versus 4x.
I don't think I ever want to call, but I think I played as a 3-bet fold in that spot. And
That's what I do too. I do the 3-better fold, but I didn't realize it was call. It makes sense.
Yeah, but that's versus 3x. Versus 4x, you're not going to be able to profitably call that.
odd odds are
Right,
way worse
yeah.
versus 4x.
Yeah.
Right.
So then it's going to be 3-bet fold, or just pure 3-bet seems reasonable too. King Jack versus Big Blind. Could check, could see bet small.
Yeah.
Snap checks the back, no fear.
Well, we're on 2x speed, Tom. Not everything's a snap check back.
It is a snap check to me, Dan.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's close because he has ace jack. There's a lot of hands. He could raise us with 8-10 suited, 9-10 suited. He has all sorts of stuff that just makes our hand miserable.
Well, versus the range, we still have a pretty comfortable call. But
Hope you find a big bet here.
Yeah,
I want to
go half pot.
I want to
That's
go
what I'm
lazy.
thinking.
Yeah.
I want to go
I'm
over
think-
bet. You kidding?
Oh,
Yeah,
come on. No, we're not overbetting this.
2x pot it? You fuck 'em.
No,
Fuck
I don't
'em.
like. I don't
Okay,
like the
Tom, that
overbet.
is spicy as hell, but no.
I don't like the overbet.
Although, if he
Yeah.
does cap himself enough by probing too many of his strong hands, 2x pot is reasonable.
I think he always bets his straights on the turn. I
If
don't
he
think
always
he's
bets
checking
his
them.
straights and all of his sets, 2x pot becomes very, very reasonable and very good.
Right? And think about how much of their range wants to continue.
Oh no, like 2x pot is great if he's never ever checking any strong hands.
Well, he folded, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I remember thinking that if this guy raises, I'm not cool. Like I don't care.
No, you're never folding.
And I'm basically calling like almost all the rivers. Not all, but I'm calling a lot of rivers. Yeah, I don't
Well,
care.
depends what size he goes. He might put you into a really tough spot.
Yeah.
Well,
He's
if
also
it's like
supposed
the
to check
deuce
a
of-
ton of his range. But
Just a deuce of clubs on the river, and not told him many sizes.
I mean, if it's a deuce of clubs on the river, I expect he's gonna have what, maybe a 3/4 and a jam. If he jams on a deuce of clubs river, you're in a nightmare spot.
Just because I think humans are betting their strong hands at the turn.
so
It's very possible. If they are, 2x pot makes a lot more sense to turn to lay size.
Oh yeah, this was an interesting one right here.
ooh,
Wait till you guys see this shit.
that's a spicy meatball.
So
I don't know anything about these flops range by 10%.
10% is a little low for me.
No. It could go.
What are
You
we
can go
actually
bigger.
supposed to do, Tom?
You can go bigger. It's a
Okay.
3-bet pot, so there's less flushes in range.
That makes sense.
Okay, he goes with a small size, which is still fine, of course. You also block the top pair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have a hand too that, see, like, this isn't a disaster at all. Like, this is actually not, like, I'm perfectly fine with this. So
Are we
the
calling
question,
or are we jamming this?
I think we're just jamming it every time. I don't think it makes sense to just call, because, I mean, I don't know. What do you think?
Calling makes sense.
I'm still debating. I don't know.
I mean, they both make sense.
Let's say he
Yeah.
has pocket tens. He's just probably going to go all in on the turn anyway, unless it's club. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're gonna get
But
it
if I-
against pocket
if I-
tens either way, right?
Well, not necessarily. If the turn's a club, he's probably going to slow down. You know what I mean?
I mean, in theory, if the turn's a club, he's likely still supposed to just stack off tens because there's so few flushes when the board blocks him so much.
Oh yeah, you see this on the left too.
Yeah, you just flopped the fucking word.
Yeah. Yeah. I
This
actually
is-
think I like a jam better with the ace king. I think I'm with Joe.
Yeah, just because when he has a set or like ace 10 or whatever he could have, I just want to get the money in now. Not that I can't. I mean, it's going to be hard. He has 66 behind. So he has pocket tens that call. The turn's a club. It goes check, check. We're not taking his whole stack if the river's like a douche.
Okay,
Well,
that's fair. I don't mind a jam here, to be honest.
I think I like
Yeah.
the jam better. Yeah.
That's the thing. I thought about it and I'm like, man, I got this hand on the left. It's like, oh, I did check. I did call. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I'm kind of upset with myself for that.
You know, when you get two like super plus EV spots left and right, you play them
It's
both
pretty
at
hard.
first.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like this. Do I like this turn size? I don't think I like this turn size.
Oh wait, what happened on the left there? Did we call with or?
Check,
So-
check, flop. We probe turn half pot.
Oh,
I don't think I like the turn size here.
shouldn't he be betting his range there? What's happening?
Ace, jack, jack. Yeah, for sure. Range bet flop.
Well, I mean, when it's a flush completing turn, Generally, that's better for the big blind. So I can't imagine like betting the turn a half pot size is horrible because I think
I can't imagine it's horrible either. Actually,
Yeah.
well, here's the thing. Actually, he's not range betting flop. Well, he should be range betting flop. He's not, which to me means he has a hand that he intuitively wants to check back, of which there are two: aces and kings,
Queens.
or queens. But queens might just see bet flop because they can get some equity off from king X. So I think he has aces or kings here like 90% of the time. And I guess versus that, yeah, this is reasonable.
I don't know. Maybe
Actually,
you
this
could.
is fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just want to get value. That's it. I just want a little value. Is that too much to ask for? I'm not so
I
sure.
like a
about
river
the big
block. I like a block
Yeah,
on the river.
I
I'm
don't
just
like
trying to
this.
get called by pocket kings.
See, this is what happens when you got two big hands going on. You're just making like the plays.
Just making your default plays, you know?
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. So, all right. So this, what do you think about this on the turn? Like, what the hell is this guy doing?
He's trying to get stacks in.
I mean, I'm obviously like, there's no other play here but to go all in. I think, like, because are we really folding the river? No. So if we're never folding
Well,
the
it's
river,
not. I don't think it's the only play, but it's obviously shoving is logical. Calling is also logical because there's no river card that you're going to fold to.
right? So like, if I'm
and-
never folding the river to a shove, then why not get it?
Because the
Because
question
if
is,
he
do you
has
expect
some-
more money from his bluffs
Yeah.
or from his calls?
Well, this is, I don't know what the hell this guy is doing. It doesn't look like a bluff.
Well, there are two things, right? Either he has a bunch of high equity bluffs that are going to call off versus a jam and potentially give up river, in which case jamming is going to extract more money from his bluffs. Or he has a bunch
don't
of
know what
very
this
low
is.
equity bluffs, like say 7-6, which are going to fold to a jam but could barrel river. And if he has a
So-
bunch of bluffs like that, calling is going to be higher EV.
Honestly, looking at this now,
I think his
Yes.
headphones died.
He did.
No.
can you hear me?
I
Yeah.
can hear you.
All right, perfect. I got my other headphone charged a little bit. So when I see, it looks like a bunch of bullshit.
If it looks like a bunch of bullshit, then I think calling's going to be higher EV.
Yeah,
because
but I
he's
don't
not going
think
to call to a jam.
if he has complete air, like nothing, I don't think he's jam.
Yeah, but if he's complete air nothing, even if he's unlikely to jam river, he's never calling off versus your jam, right? So we take that unlikely river jam regardless. If he has a bunch of garbage, then calling is higher EV. If he has a bunch of high equity draws or higher equity draws, then jamming becomes higher EV.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well said.
I think I'm just jamming here. I don't think I'm messing around.
I don't know. I can't make up my mind. Tom, any
Are
thoughts?
you ready for this?
I think, I mean, both are obviously fine.
What do you think he has?
Queen Jack clubs.
Eights.
I honestly don't remember.
5-4 of clubs.
No, wait.
I don't. I
Pocket
know.
twos.
I know. I
Pocket tens
didn't.
of clubs. Oh no! I have a better one. Pocket threes with a club.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the
Disgusting.
one. That's the one.
Oh yeah, maybe yeah.
But no, JR said he won pretty much every other hand of the session, so it can't be something.
Yeah.
Like
So I know I won this. I just don't remember if I like sucked out with.
that. All right, let's see it.
Oh, look
Ace
at
Ace.
that.
with the queen clubs. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Wow,
That makes
he
sense.
got wrecked.
Yeah.
That sucks. That's unfortunate. This is the third time I've had ace four of diamonds this session.
Ooh.
Oh, look, there he is right there.
No, not folding. No.
Wait, what happened?
We folded ace four of diamonds to an open limp.
Why?
I can get behind
It's
literally
PRB?
any other play. I can overlimp this. I can ISO this. I don't want to fold.
These guys, when I'm playing at this time of night, there's a guy in this pool that limps premium.
But even if he limps premiums, if you're not getting limp jammed on,
Are you
this will be.
are you
profitable
adjusting
as
your
a kid.
entire strategy because there's one dude in the pool who's gonna limp aces?
There's literally like one guy. There's like literally only one guy entire at this time of night. It's literally one guy, and his limping range is like king jack offsuit plus, tens plus, And
Then
like,
overlimp. We still have equity to play as an overlimp versus that.
yeah,
in
that's
position.
true. We got a fish in the big blind, and these guys don't 3-bet enough. So yeah, I definitely could have seen a flop, but
I can get behind an overlimp here.
I can
Yeah,
get behind an overlimp. I can get
but-
behind an ISO. I just want to continue.
but I'm
Yeah.
like dead serious. Like, there's very, very few people limping in this pool, and then at this time at night, there's this fucking super nit that is limping.
There's a guy on the right table with 2.2 bigs. You don't think there's more limpers in there?
Nah, there's really there's
There's
not many
2.2
people.
bigs.
Oh, and he sends up the laughing, crying emoji just as
This
you say
is the
that.
guy.
He heard
This
you.
is the guy. This is the guy I just stacked.
Oh, nice. Nice,
Yeah,
nice,
I
nice.
see. I guess. Oh, he doesn't have auto reload in Ignition, right?
Oh, right. That's a terrible feature.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a big fan of opening pocket threes in under the gun personally,
My
but it's fine.
reasoning, I simplify and do 5s plus, but my reasoning is because I'm very rarely getting 3-bet.
You're rarely getting 3-bet. The rake structure isn't that high, and we're likely wrecks in the blinds, so I think it's profitable.
And
Yeah.
often it'll be like call, 3 people, go 3 ways.
In that dynamic, I like the open.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd open this pure with any wrecks in the blinds. Five three suited. Okay. I don't know, this feels close to me, but I'm gonna say pre-flop ranges. Versus 3-bet, probably peeling this versus size.
Yeah, versus small size, I guess. I mean, it's kind of annoying.
I think it's just a fold.
Yeah,
No, versus
I
the
probably
size.
should've.
Isn't it only like one big blind short of a normal
Even
size?
against, yeah, even against that size, I think it's still a fold.
Yeah, I think I should have just folded for sure. It was really annoying. I almost didn't even open that hand in the first place. I was just kind of pissed off.
I mean, it is close as an open, I think, too, but...
The other thing to consider, and this is like really esoteric, is that when 4 players have folded before you, you're a lot more likely to have one of them fold your 5 or your 3 outs, like your low card outs. So those low cards, they really underperform relative to what a solver will tell you they do. But okay, this is just my personal thing, so.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing, yeah.
Are you guys calling the sevens there?
So normally
Say
this
again?
doesn't happen.
I was gonna say, are you guys calling the sevens?
No, I'm not calling the 7s.
Against
What was this? This was a limp jam.
Yeah.
yeah.
This usually doesn't happen. So when it does happen, assume it.
Joe, you're breaking up.
I don't know. I mean, I think you can consider a call there, to be honest.
I'd probably
Yeah,
call.
I mean, if
Like if you play MTTs, that's like a snap call.
yeah,
Yeah, but who plays MTTs? Ugh.
but based on the fact that these guys are never, well, not never, but very rarely limp jamming, I'm just gonna fold it. And when they do have a limp jamming range, it's, from what I've seen, it's been very strong. Like,
Okay.
I
Like
tend to
9s
agree.
plus.
I think a limp
Fair
jamming
enough.
range is going to be stronger. If that was like button open jams and I'm closing the action in the big or something, I'd call it off.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
oh yeah,
Open
this
Open
is
jammers
another-
are always weak, man.
Yeah, I think limp jamming just tends to be stronger.
Yeah, especially in this pool, they're not doing it very often.
All right, what happened with 8-7 here? We opened button, small blind, called. We're bluffing
yeah.
this. We're bluffing
This
this,
was-
right? We need to
this
bluff
one
this
was
on
kinda-
some straight.
This
Bluff it
was funny.
somewhere.
Look
Garrett
at my
doesn't bluff.
sizing. What size
Bluff
would
it.
you use here?
I would have likely bluffed an earlier straight. I would have probably just bet flop. But once I checked onto the river, 3/4.
Cold call, like
Small
don't
blind
like a
call.
check back, but okay.
Yeah, I would have just.
Not
bet
sure why I
flop,
checked.
but-
Like, I usually just pure bet.
You just have
Maybe
to
it's because it's a small blind, because this, when they flat the small blind, I don't know if it's this pool or just in general, that they don't fold very often the bets. So,
Well,
Yeah.
they have a lot of pocket pairs, right? Which peel one on a lot
Yeah.
of flops. But on this
Whatever
flop,
it
I don't
is.
think so.
They have a lot of calls versus the first bet, and then a lot of folds versus the second and third bets.
Yeah.
Because it's like most of the range
well,
is like
that's
2s, 3s, 4s,
also-
6s.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, the thing with this hand is, like, we don't have a ton of turns that I love with this
Yeah, I'd
particular
give this
hand.
up. I'd give this up on so many turns, just because when we're double barreling, we're trying to get pretty much exactly 8-7s to fold that type of hand.
Yeah. Well, that's
And
why
we
I didn't
block
bet
it.
the flop. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'd still bet
Um,
flop, give up turn, but on the river, I'm just going 3/4. Half pot,
Wow.
2 5 drew, some size kind of like that.
Oh, we got the fold.
There you go.
Yeah.
I
You're
don't
gonna get a lot
remember
of
if there's
folds
any
there.
more. That might be it for the interesting spots. We
Well,
might have
1.5
another one.
x speed, we might go through it pretty quickly if there are no interesting spots.
So
that's an
this,
interesting spot.
I'm just folding.
Eh?
I expect his squeeze range to be stronger than normal, and
Okay.
yeah,
I like the fold too. I mean, it's close. In theory, probably a mix. But versus a
There's
big
one-
blind squeeze specifically, I think the big blind is going to be a bit tighter with that squeezing range in practice.
with pocket nines and lower, in my opinion, we're trying just trying to flop a set. And when we're putting in 11.5 to flop a set, that's just like too much in my eyes. Like, it's different if it's like, 10, 11, or 12, but that extra 2 just makes it that much worse, in my opinion. I don't know.
Well, your pot odds also improved with the caller there, but I agree it's close.
Well,
It's
yeah,
close.
but yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's close, I think.
It's very close, yeah.
I mean, I would call it if it was 12.
Yeah, reasonable.
Yeah, I don't know. This might be it. We'll see.
King 10 off, fold, Jack 6 off, fold, fold, fold. Come on, where are the aces?
Yeah, I know. Not that it would matter anyway. Everybody just folds every time.
Same.
We need some hands we can open. Not tempted to play the 5-6 off versus a min open because, for the video.
Yeah, we've got a hand. Oh, okay.
What was it? Ace 8?
Ace 7.
ace 7.
I think it's on the line, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
nice, well,
I think it's pretty borderline.
versus 3x is going to be really close.
Maybe not. I figured it was pretty close, but I guess.
He
Oh,
went
this is
3x
150.
too, right? It's going to be close.
Bro, Junior, maybe I have advice to improve your microphone quality, maybe.
Oh,
What is it?
You click on the bottom right on your screen on the sound settings. Right. Oh, you on Windows 11. Okay. Then you go in sound. Then on the input, and then headset maybe. I don't know. Input is your microphone, right?
like this?
Yeah, here format. Yeah. Here you click. Oh, you only have one quality. You are on with
Yeah.
your AirPods. It's okay. Okay, sorry.
There's probably an update I could download later on.
Maybe
Yeah, maybe not.
better. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know.
All good.
I tried.
That's alright, thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, even Ace 6, huh? That's
Yeah, but he went 3x. Will be a bit tighter. It's close.
Yeah, it's on the
Oh,
line
yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
Like all of those mixed hands are indifferent, so it's
Yeah.
yeah.
all
I didn't think it was-
indifferent.
That's weird. Is it different with 500?
It's going to be close regardless.
A little closer, I guess, but I
Well,
don't know.
I'm just popping in right here. What's the difference between, like, why would you be 3-betting more in 500 than 50? I guess to me
Rick.
it seems like you guys.
Well, you'll be 3-betting more in 50, I think, because of the rake.
Because they're. But wouldn't that actually be counterintuitive though? Because like it's almost like there's going to be more rake in the pot, so you should be three betting tighter.
Well, you're benefiting
No.
more from from him folding pre-flop.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you're going right. It's not raked. Pre-flop is not raked. It's only raked when the flop hits, right?
I see.
So pre-flop aggression is more valuable because you take it down pre. Although in this spot, I'm not sure how relevant it is because you're playing 3-bet or fold pretty much in both scenarios.
Yeah, you don't.
So,
That's
I've
gonna
done
be
a
pretty
bunch
close.
of calculation on this stuff. That's a great question.
yeah, because
sorry.
you're trying to get the fold. But
You don't actually rebet more at the higher rake structure. You can call more for sure because there's less rake.
So at 500, you're 3-betting 14.2%.
Are you continuing
Press the
84?
button.
Or you're folding 84.5?
So you're just saying you're continuing more as a 3-bet, but as a fraction of your range because you're just calling wider.
Yeah,
Out of the rake.
exactly.
And
Yeah.
and also, so this is 50-0. So when you're 3-betting and building a big pot, you're hitting the rake cap at like, I don't even know, $20 or something like that, which is potentially beneficial too.
At 50 NL? At 50 NL, you're going to hit a rake cap at $2.
At $2?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
is it?
Or four bigs. $2 for
Oh,
bigs.
is it really? That's the rake
Yeah.
cap? I thought
Yeah,
it was
because
like,
it's
Four
it-
bigs.
It's
No,
Poker
no,
Stars. Poker
thought it
Stars
was-
Zoom 50 NL rake cap is 4 bigs. 500 NL rake cap is 0.6 bigs.
Whoa.
Yeah, so-
That's
Yeah.
crazy. That's so low. I think
That's-
what's the ACR like? I think ACR 10
Ignition.
no, is crazy.
ACR
Yeah, so-
is nuts, and the reason ACR is nuts is because they just have rake cap as a dollar amount flat for a bunch of different stakes. So like the rake cap is the same dollar amount from like 2 NL to 25 NL on ACR, which is ridiculous.
Wow, what? That's so crazy.
Yeah,
percentage
because
players.
then when you're playing 25 NL, you have a rake cap of say $1.50, fine, it's 6 bigs, somewhat reasonable. When you're playing 2 NL, it's a rake cap of 75 bigs because it's the same dollar amount, and it's absolutely ridiculous.
That's fucked. Like, why would you
So-
even
To
play?
be fair, no one hits the rake cap at 2NL ever. You'd need like a 6-way all-in 200
It's
big Steve to
impossible.
hit the rake cap. It's
Not
impossible.
true. On GG Russian Cash, it's rake cap of 3 bigs.
Eh?
Oh, I have
Yeah,
ignition.
GG Russian Cash is 5% 3 big blind rake cap every stake.
Wow.
So
I thought it was
ACR,
$3 rake cap.
3 big blind rake cap every stake. It's just that they rake pre-flop. But for micros, it's actually pretty decent.
Okay, fair enough.
So I have the ignition rake here, and I think it's the same as ACR. So it's $1 rake for every $20 in the pot, and it caps at $4. So it doesn't cap until the pot's $80.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's 5% up to how much? Like, what's the
Up
cap?
to $80 is the cap. It's a $4 cap. At
$4
$80.
cap. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
So yeah, it's pretty hard to hit that at 50 and all, but
That's
200
8
NL?
bigs. That's 8 bigs.
yeah, it's the same at 200.
So at 200, it's like a
Two
was it like a
bigs.
2 big blind? Yeah,
So
that's
it's
still
still-
standard.
It's still pretty significant at 200 and all. It's still very significant.
Yeah, it's just standard compared to a lot of the other sites. I think
Yeah, it
2
doesn't-
bigs,
it doesn't-
5%.
It
I
doesn't
think
start
Stars
getting.
is around 1.5%, but it's close.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm paying like 3.5 big blinds per 100 in rake or something like that, or three
That's
and a
it?
half.
That's it.
It should be
Yeah.
way higher than that. It
Oh
should
no,
be-
no, it's three. It's like 3.8 or something like that. It's just under 4.
What?
No
That doesn't make any
way.
sense at all. No way.
Well, all right. So I pay $30 an hour in rake, and I play 400 hands an hour.
Wait, are you tracking this or just guesstimating it?
No, that's relatively accurate.
It has to be higher. I mean, when I was playing, and I was on a huge downswing in similar rake structures, huge downswing, I was still paying more rake than that, and I was winning like almost no pots because I was on a huge downswing.
Yeah, Prime
Yeah.
Dope has it at 8.7 big blinds per 100 for ignition at 200 NL.
For
That's
okay,
a full
8.7
average.
seems a bit high. I guess something more like 7.5 maybe.
I don't
8.7 seems like a bit of an overestimation.
Is anyone actually beating 200 now for 8.7 big blinds per 100?
8 point. On Ignition? Oh, I'm sure. That pool is not bad.
It's
Pre-rake,
not-
definitely.
There's
Post-rake?
no way.
No post rake.
Alright, so hang on, look, I'll show you.
Post-rake for 8.7 on Ignition?
Yeah,
I'd say yes.
that seems really tough.
I mean, if a pro needs to make it worth their time and Ignition has almost no rake back, they need a pretty decent win rate for it to be worth their time at 200 now, especially if they're capped at 2 tables.
Does Zoom cap you at 2 tables?
On Ignition, it does.
Really?
So I played.
That's so horrible.
Yeah, so that means that if a pro is limited to playing, say, 500 hands an hour, right?
Go to your
Then if they're only winning 8 bigs, they're only making like $40 an hour. And
just
there's
do
no rake
reports,
back.
man. It's easier.
I mean,
Because-
$40 an hour is not terrible, but like, yeah, I can.
But for beating 200 an L, if there's no
Yeah,
rake
no,
back,
I get
$40
it.
an hour is not
I
spectacular.
understand that.
Right.
Like, yeah, you just switch sides. You just go to a different side.
Yeah, so they need to have at least like an 8 big blind per 100 win rate there for it to be reasonable.
Hang on, I want to get hang on, let me show you something quick. Alright, so like 4,000 hands, alright? 4,400 hands.
Ray contributed 319.11.
Jesus
Yeah, so
Christ.
that's
319.11 divided by 2 is going to be 159 big blinds divided by 4,400 hands times 100. So that's 3.6 bigs per 100. That is so low.
Yeah, but there's also different ways of measuring rake. Like you've got rake contribution, but there's also rake attribution and like 3 other ways Poker Tracker measures rake.
Seriously?
Yeah, because some of it's like, oh, well, how many players were dealt into the pot or this or that. So, but the actual amount of money that goes to rake is not always going to be reflected accurately there.
wow, well yeah, I guess that makes sense. But so basically what I was saying, like once you get to 5, when it starts becoming a little better, but it's still like kind of high. But that's when it starts getting a lot more reasonable. So the goal.
Wait, this is hold on. Sorry, sorry to interrupt you for a second. This is crazy though. Like I played like Mission Zoom or Bovada Zoom a while ago. If you go back to the tables though, how many people are playing under 100 bigs? Like, is it just normal that there's this many amount of fishes just in the games? Like, it's
Yeah, this is 200.
Ignition, yeah.
This is 200 and now.
It's crazy.
Yeah, like
You
you
also
don't see
gotta
this in other
consider, though,
sites
that
for sure.
they might not all be fish, right? Like 86.3 bigs could potentially be a reg who hasn't topped up since there's no auto
Yeah.
top up, right?
And this
Oh,
guy,
yeah, that's
This guy
Like
at 30.
they might not all be fish.
There's not an auto top up.
There's no auto
No.
top up on Ignition.
Bizarre.
Yeah,
But
it can be regular that are mid-stack strategy, like they play 50 big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
You
remember
can
how.
get auto top up on Ignition if you use third-party software. Like Trojan offers a way to get auto top up on Ignition,
I'm
so it's
actually-
possible, but the actual software doesn't have it.
I'm actually curious to see how small of an amount you can buy in for. I kind of want to check that quick. But I guess it doesn't matter right now. We got a couple more minutes here.
2 minutes. We can do this,
Yeah.
guys. This is what we've been working towards.
Please,
Come on.
I need sleep.
Yeah,
Same
I'm
here.
exhausted. I gotta go to bed.
Come on, we can do this.
But
My,
tell me-
my limit was 45 minutes ago.
Alright, 2 minutes. We got this, guys. Come on.
You said that 45 minutes ago.
In my
No, 45 minutes ago I said 3 minutes, Tom. There's a difference. I made it through 1 minute of footage.
in my
Alright, here we
country,
go.
it is 7 a.m.
It's where?
Wow.
Yeah,
What
it's
time?
That's a good
1:17 here.
Yeah, it's
Alright,
6
here we
a.m.
go.
here
It's
now.
17 here too. Yeah.
That's a fun one.
One more potential hand here.
Alright, let's see it.
Pair and a draw. Delicious.
Third pot.
Definitely not. I mean, I could raise if it was like just this guy, but I don't know. It's kind of weird.
I don't even think you're raising, even if it's just this guy. I just think that
Yeah, I think it's I mean, pair plus a flush draw is pretty strong though.
It was
I
like a
wouldn't be
very
surprised.
medium equity hand, to be honest.
I wouldn't be surprised.
This
if
is
it
medium
was
equity. I wouldn't be surprised if this is really high equity, but it doesn't play great as a raise.
High
I
EV,
really,
medium equity.
Kind of.
What do you call medium equity? Like percentage-wise?
I don't know, roughly 50, 60.
Yeah, I was gonna say versus range, it probably has something in the realm of, I was gonna say maybe 60. 60% equity. It just doesn't play great as a raise, though.
Yeah, middle pair with flush draw is a very callable hand, I'd say.
Yeah.
You're gonna get a little bit of different results though, because the
You can't have a flush draw because the 10 wasn't
It's
suited,
gonna be
right?
different.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
What was I just gonna
I got
say?
one more.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird spot. Kind of a weird
Just
spot, though.
abusing the logins and the free daily uses.
Oh,
Yeah.
it got me.
Tisk.
It got me.
You want me to?
Okay.
I probably have the spot.
Alright, we could do like 6-4 suited. It's like basically the same thing.
Well, 6-4 suited's a bit different because it blocks bottom set. Right.
Alright, well.
So it makes more sense using this bottom
I could
set
make
block.
another account.
But, no, hang on. I probably have the spot. 1 second. Low jack versus big blind, king 10 for two-tone. Yep, I have it. King 10, where the 10 can have a flush draw. I don't know if king 10 deuce, whatever, or king 10 5. That's close enough.
But
Yeah, just wondering how much we're raising this.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird spot because in my
raise.
experience as a heuristic, it doesn't raise very much versus a bet. But then if you do raise, he's gonna shovel it in. So like if he had 10-8 of diamonds, I think he shovels it in versus a checkers with a bunch of 3 bets. That's my prediction.
Oh, I
thing
think
is, the solution we're
his
looking at will be
calling-
wrong anyway, because it was multi-way,
Yeah.
right?
Actually, yeah, in the end, pretty high frequency raise. If it was heads up,
Well,
it's
I'm
going to be
talking
raising
heads up,
something like 70% of the time.
Yeah, but
that-
it's going to be way less multi-way though,
Well,
because
no, of
the
course.
burden of defense is lower.
My
Yeah.
logic,
Surprised
for
you're
sure.
raising this though, in general.
my logic here
Yeah.
is if, let's say he bets, I check raise, he calls. He has like, let's say he has ace king, all right, and then we turn an 8 of clubs. So now we can start value betting.
For sure.
You know what I mean? There's so many good turns for this particular hand that it just makes sense to check raise it. Even multi-way, I think it's probably gonna perform pretty good. I don't know, maybe not.
It's playable for sure.
Yeah, and for the record, Tom, versus check raise, versus c-bet, it has 64% equity. And when it check raises, depending on size, but when a check raise gets called, it is something in the realm of like 55.
Okay, yeah, that sounds about right.
So, yeah, somewhat
Sounds
reasonable.
about right. You were thinking it's a
52 to
little.
55%.
You were going to argue it's. Oh, look, we rivered a flush. I was going to say you
yeah,
thought it was
so-
strong in the middle.
So he bet the flop and then checked the turn, so I don't think he has a king. So I'm just
I
trying
don't
to
like
get
your
called or
size.
something.
I don't like your
I think
size.
you can go bigger, yeah, I was about to say.
The reason
I
I
know.
don't like your size is very specific, actually.
Well, what is he calling?
When we're betting for a block, what are we trying to get called for the most part?
I honestly have no idea. Like I just
When we
don't
bet
see-
for a block, I anticipate most of his calling range will be 10x. Maybe some other pocket pairs from ace high, but a lot of 10x, and we block that with this hand.
Well, also, I guess just to chime in, like, if he's gonna call a 3.5 sizing, why don't we size up to like 6 or something? He's gonna call.
Yeah.
He's gonna call either. Right?
Yeah, that makes
So,
sense.
like,
Yeah. I don't
Did
know.
we check raise flop? What happened? I was looking away.
Check, call, flop, check turn.
Okay.
Yeah, so he bet the flop small, and then
I
Yeah.
really don't like betting for a block with value hands that include a 10. I just
That's
don't
an
like that.
interesting. That's an interesting point, though. I didn't even think of it.
I just don't see him calling like literally anything here. I don't know.
I could get behind going for a check raise because we block a lot
No, I
of his
did go
checkbacks
down.
with 10x.
Yeah,
Or
see,
I could
did
get
go
behind
down.
an overbet. I either really want to overbet or go for a check raise. Those are my two main preferred lines.
Well, he has better flushes than us.
Is this
And
overbetting?
He
though? Are you
also
sure?
he also has boats too.
Do you
How
think he
many
checks
boats
those
does he
back?
have? Yeah, boats and flushes. He doesn't have that many.
You think he checks back like trip kings on the turn? And flushes? And like flush draws?
Well, maybe, yeah. Probably not.
I
don't know.
really like a check
Yeah.
raise here because, like Dan said, you block the middle pair checkbacks.
Oh yeah,
either
check raise,
check raise
yeah.
or overbet. Those are my two preferred lines, hands down.
Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I'm not sure. This was the end of the session. I was very.
Actually, if I look at the sim, just if it was heads up, when we get to the river, we have two options. One is overbet for 120%, which we take 20% of the time, and 80% of the time we're checking this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then if we check versus a bet, we're pure raising to some size. That's not a jam.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember thinking I was gonna try to go for it. So tired at the end of the session.
Yeah.
I'm just touching again. Did we end up making money or no? I assume doesn't suck. So
Yeah, I think I made like 2.5 mines. I can actually check it.
We're rat hole. Recon.
Oh, we got it. Okay.
Oh, alright, so we got another spot here.
9-7, check, flop, sure. Turn bets big. I like a call. Oh.
Awesome river here.
That's a
Ben,
river.
we're gonna jam it. Ben, we're gonna jam it. Do it.
I
Come
knew
on.
Dan was going to say that.
Yes.
You block the boats!
All of the boats, not a jam candidate. Do it. Even versus a check, jam it. No.
Oh, painful.
Jam. Always a jam. Come on. Stick it in.
Oh, fuck. Yeah,
I
it's like
can
the ultimate
actually-
blocker hand.
It is
Yeah.
actually literally the ultimate blocker hand.
You've got the nut
absolute
blockers.
best one. You don't even want to block the jack as much because you can't have jacks when he flats pre. It's literally the nut blockers.
Yeah, it
I
is.
can actually. Yeah, it's something I need to study for sure. I can check
would
what I
have
made here.
stuck in so much money. All of the money. Every time.
How many
That doesn't matter. We're 600 bigs deep. I'm just ramming it in. Let's go. Absolutely everything.
Well, I think it's like definitely interesting thing to do that with, and I understand why. But like, are villains really folding like the King of Hearts, Ace of Hearts type stuff on the river?
No, you're not
If
going
you
to get him
jam-
fold or flush. Not.
No.
I mean, there's a ton of other stuff you could target, though, right? Especially
I
when you
mean,
check
if
the
you
river.
jam for 9x pot, are they going to fold a flush? Maybe.
A good opponent will, because there's a ton of like King Jack and so many other like boats that can
Yeah, but
jam
then-
there.
But then
Well,
wouldn't
King
I
Jack
like
isn't a
to-
boat, but King 9 is a boat.
So I kind of forgot the board here.
I think it was like King Jack 997, I believe. Or no,
Okay.
no, that couldn't have been it because we had
It was
9-7.
9-7 King
Yeah.
King like X
Oh.
or something.
Paired King. Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, so King Jack was the boat. What do you say?
Yeah, King Jack was a boat then. Yeah,
yeah,
you're right.
yeah. Anyway, yeah, I do like the shove there,
Yes, stick all of the money in.
There
or even
wasn't
just
that
like
much.
a big bet.
There was like no money in that pot though. That's
Yeah, just even an overbet is nice.
No,
And
jam.
if we get them to
Jam.
fold everything but a heart facing a check, or everything but like the ace of hearts, then yeah, you're doing fantastically.
I
you
feel
can
like I've
buy
hit
in-
a trend at this point. Every single session we've had that we've done recently, all I've been saying is bet bigger everywhere.
I've noticed that too.
What, for
yeah.
me?
Overbet. Oh, just
No,
overbet.
for everybody. For you
Oh.
this week, for Free Kong last week, just stick in more money.
Yep.
Giant sizes everywhere.
I'll give it a try. How about that? I promise. I'll give it a try, and I'll let you.
In
You
reasonable spots, though, right? Like, not in...
Right.
Don't just be like, oh yeah, I can have the nuts here, jam everything,
No, I know.
you know?
I know.
Like, spots
I'm
where it
talking
makes
about
sense.
the spots
Fair.
where I'm like going small exploitatively to try to get value. Those are
It's
the
kind
spots.
of a dangerous thing because if, like, jamming is great because when done properly and applying pressure in the correct spots, it can make you so much money. But the issue with it is, if you do it in the wrong spot, you can make such a huge punt.
Yeah,
Like, you
it's
can
tricky.
punt off
JR,
so much money.
I've heard you say probably every single session, multiple times a session, you know, oh, they're just going to fold way too much here. But then I ask, like, okay, so you're bluffing a bunch, and you always say no. I don't understand.
Yeah. So I'll be honest. Like probably like 3 or 4 months ago, I like literally had no idea, like how to bluff. Like as crazy as that sounds, like I had no idea how to do it. And then I kind of like was looking into it. This is like a very recent skill that I'm starting to develop is like bluffing and like understanding the concept behind it. It's crazy as that sounds. Because like I don't do much solver work at all. So like all my skill is from either watching the stuff on Upswing or just like naturally just like, you know, developing it by playing. So like bluffing is definitely one of my it's like a big leak I have because like I'm doing okay with it now. It's a weird thing to study, you know what I mean? Because like you pull up a solver and it's like, oh, I want to study like spots to block, and it's just like a weird, kind of like a weird thing to like, I don't know.
It's
kind of an
very
awkward
hard
thing
for me to relate because when I started playing poker, I was absolutely sputastic. I was over bluffing everything everywhere, as I'm sure you can tell by the way I talk. So I've had to kind of work through studying to like bring it back and, you know, restrain myself and be like, you can't just jam range in this spot. It's not going to work. Don't bluff here. You know, like I have the opposite problem that you do.
Yeah.
I have to pull myself back from that ledge constantly.
Yeah.
To your credit, JR, in this pool, a value-heavy ABC strategy is probably going to work fantastically. To be honest.
Right. I know that. Like I've very recently been like increasing my bet sizes, like on the flop and, you know, doing stuff like that. I don't know if there was much of that this session, but that is something that I have been,
I think your headphones died, JR.
Rip.
Well,
Rip.
sorry I was late to the session, guys, but I enjoyed it as always.
Yeah, man, this is my first
Yeah,
session.
so did
That was
I.
absolutely fantastic. I really appreciate all of you so much, really. Absolutely fantastic.
You should have been
Appreciate it.
video. I literally came for the last like 5 minutes.
So